on Monday on the city council's behalf. We're going to move on now to mayor's report and council comments. I'm going to bring up the very end of that, so we're going to go through the table, but I will recognize that it is the tradition of the city, and Mayor Erickson would provide a state of the city here in January, and this is our meeting for that. I provided something of the sort today to the Poulsbo Chamber of Commerce luncheon. City Administrator Rob Gelder accompanied me. Councilman Newell was there. I will tell you right now and then turn it over to council comments. I'm going to divide my presentation into two parts. The look back, since I was sitting on the dais as a council person with you over the last year, the look back on the state of the city, I'm going to provide to each of the department heads to report out on. And then I will report instead, looking forward to the initiatives and goals I have. I will do that briefly. I'm not looking for engagement, but if there's questions, I will take them. So there will be a look back portion provided by our city staff and a forward-looking portion that I will provide as mayor on the initiatives I hope to engage in 2026 and beyond. So on that note, I'm going to turn to Councilman Newell. Mr. Newell, welcome aboard. Nothing for tonight. Councilwoman Kroll. Thank you. Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, so with the legislative session starting, it was interesting. I got an email from a city council member on the other side of the sound, on the other side of Seattle, reaching out, asking if I saw the bill that was filed on the change to the derelict vessel definitions. Because I had met him at a AWC event and brought it up. So I was happy to share that, yes, we know about that. We started it. And please share with your legislators and support it. So word's getting out. So that's good. And we'll definitely be encouraging our legislators at City Days and beyond to push that through.
Thank you, Councilman Eckert. Councilman Tabor, good evening.
I just want to thank the citizens for coming up for public comment and James Weaver for working with the city. And I'll have an update on the liaison outside commission reports later on that. And I look forward to the look back.
Great, thank you. Councilman Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, I want to thank Diana for her comments tonight. And Mayor, I wanted to take a moment this evening to express my sadness, my disappointment, and my solidarity with all the families in recent weeks who have been affected by aggressive behavior from federal law enforcement authorities. Municipalities and neighboring states have seen American citizens and their residents detained only to be later released, physically harmed, and even shot, and in one case that we know about, killed. And while watching the press conferences on TV, I found myself looking at other chiefs of police, mayors, and city councilors, people who are no different than those of us gathered here in this room. The mayor, the council, and the city are charged with ensuring the safety and welfare of our residents. It's hard to prepare for that mission when our residents are worried for their safety at the hands of law enforcement agencies outside of our control. Last week, I was proud to be one of the signatories to a letter drafted by Councilor Tabor to the Washington State Legislature asking the state to pass a statutory law allowing citizens of this state to seek compensatory damages from federal law enforcement agencies that violate a person's constitutional rights. Even a month ago, Councilor Tabor's letter was viewed with some skepticism, but I think its timeliness and necessity has been unfortunately demonstrated by recent events. Now, in this city, we cannot prevent federal agents from moving freely through our municipality in the conduct of their lawful federal duties. But it is my intent, and I hope the intent of my fellow councilors and our mayor, to be intolerant of unlawful behavior by federal authorities and to empower our municipal police force with the guidance and discretion to investigate unlawful behavior should it occur within the jurisdiction of our town. No one should feel afraid in their own home or in their own city. They certainly should not be made to feel afraid by law enforcement sworn to serve and protect. I call on law enforcement officers at every level of government and responsibility to maintain the integrity of their oath of service, in light of the clear constitutional right of every person to due process, protection against unreasonable search and seizure, and right to life. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Fitzpatrick, for some very thoughtful, well thought out remarks. Councilman McVeigh, it is good to see you. We've missed you, and thank you for the effort to attend by distance.
Thank you, Mayor Stern. Just a couple of things tonight. I want to thank Councilmember Fitzpatrick for his moving remarks. And I think it's well timed, given that some of us just took our official oaths of office, which requires us to uphold the Washington State Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. And indeed, there are some challenges going on throughout our country, particularly in my former home state of Minnesota, that are pushing back on some of our constitutional rights. And I am concerned about that, and I share Mr. Fitzpatrick's concerns and his voice. I also want to take a minute to congratulate Mayor Stern, Councilmember Tabor, and Councilmember Fitzpatrick on their official swearing in last Wednesday to their roles on council and to the mayor's position. Congratulations to all of you, and look forward to serving with you. Those are my remarks this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to go on now to Mayor's report, and as I indicated, this is going to be an abbreviated state of the city. I'm going to be doing the forward looking. The staff is going to do the look back on the past year, but I will pronounce that the state of the city is exceptionally strong. And by that, I mean the condition of our budget, our financial condition, our reserves, and our overall ability to meet with our current needs and demands. Not every jurisdiction, including in this county, is in such strong shape. And each of you should feel very proud and proud of our staff and proud of our legacy of conservative financial planning and budgeting. And it's exemplary right now when so many are otherwise having to look at budget cutbacks, that we're holding a steady state of our ship of state, and that our reserves have meet our policy goals, and we're in just a very strong condition in that regard. I don't want to take any other from staff who will be addressing the city, except to share that. So switching to the forward portion of my state of the city, where would I hope to see the city by this time next year, 2 years, 3 years? Number one, what I'm going to outline here can only be done with the cooperation and support of the city council. I want to acknowledge that right now. I'm going to go through these lists here. I prepared just a bullet point sheet. As we touched on in our study workshop, the first item I'm going to mention is the intended Mayor's Blue Ribbon Committee on a public-private partnership solutions for affordable housing ownership. And I emphasize ownership. We have considerable rental construction going on and the like. But as I've noted at any number of forums, there is more than one generation of citizenship, citizens of the younger generations who are being precluded because of financial stresses and lack of inventory to be able to engage in home ownership. And it has been the realization of the American dream from the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, throughout most of the 20th century, that our net worth to realize the American dream was built largely on the pillar of home ownership. To not be able to provide that opportunity to the incoming and next generations, I believe is going to cause considerable stress, not only to financial well-being and the happiness of families, but societally. So this Blue Ribbon Commission, looking here just at Poulsbo to be sure, and emphasizing home ownership, will be appointed and called for in March when we complete the last of 4 workshops, one of which was conducted last week. And I would call to anyone who missed that presentation that the Kitsap the Daily News, Kitsap Daily News, the North Kitsap Herald, on their website, which you don't need a subscription for to see the headline news, has an excellent summation of the work that Heather Wright, our city planner, and Nicole Coleman shared last week, and touches on its integration with my Blue Ribbon Commission the mayor will be calling for. And again, I just want to emphasize it has to do with ownership. I could go into more detail, but that's not the point tonight. So that's the first item I wish to address looking forward. We heard some comments on police matters, and I will share with you right now for at least a third to half of my time on city council, and I've been here 28 years, we had a Poulsbo Police Citizens Advisory Committee that had been called for and appointed and met with the police chief and others from the police department as the police chief saw fit on a regular reoccurring basis. It is my intention to put the outline and charter of that together with our city administrator, Rob Gelder, and present that to the city council. And that here in the next few months, alongside the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Commission on Housing Solutions, will be to reinvigorate and reinstate a tradition which has fallen by the wayside, a Poulsbo Police Community Advisory Committee. And the number of positions in it and where we might call for volunteers to interact with our police department remains to be worked on by Mr. Gelder and myself, but that is certainly an objective here in 2026. Downtown parking, revisiting the question. For those who might have noted during the past election, I called for slowing down and re-reviewing not the parking enforcement component, which we're currently implementing, but looking at the paid parking portion of it. I'm not asking for any action tonight, but to let you know, I will be putting on the council table that question if this council's willing to engage with me, if not reconsider. I will know for the record straight up, it is the policy of this council at this time who have voted the policy of moving from parking enforcement by mid-year next year, if not earlier, into a direct paid parking model for throughout the downtown zones. I would hope the council would give me the benefit of the doubt and we could engage at least in a conversation here in the public off the dais on it. In brief, my thought is, without belaboring it tonight, we're implementing paid parking. We're implementing it this winter. We will not have a real test of its effectiveness until this summer when our tourist season is in full swing. We cannot know the amount of capacity, as I define it, parking slots that will be created because we've been effective or not at being able to engage, incentivize, or otherwise move the employees, the owners of the business, and boaters out of that core area due to parking restriction on time limit. I think it could take up to 2 cycles of the tourist season, the summer season, in order to test, evaluate, and come up with a method to determine if we're effective or not in that parking enforcement. As far as the work done on the paid parking model, I am in support of the money that's been expended, the staff time, the methodology, and the mechanism to engage in that. And I'm simply asking that we hit the pause button and give this a cycle or 2 in order to test the effectiveness of the parking enforcement. And then it determined that capacity is not adequate, we're ready to engage in a paid parking model at that moment. The idea that this was a now or never moment, I never agreed with. I am all in favor of taking what is a good problem that so many people wish to come to Poulsbo. Not many cities and towns in this country enjoy that problem. I'd say 75% of the cities and towns face downtown restrictions as far as their attractiveness, their ability to attract visitation and tourism and business. Seattle is a near example. I won't cite the local ones. My biggest fear all along, and I sat on that parking committee for the 2 years, was to repeat, let's not risk taking what is a good problem to be sure, and risk creating a bad problem. So I am seeking the council's thought, and you can begin to chew on that if you're willing to re-engage on the question, but I'll end on this note. I recognize and respect the decision of this city council who acted last year to actually vote to follow through this year with a paid parking model, and that's currently what the city's working on. We have instituted a ban on fireworks based on a citizens advisory vote in the last election cycle, where 2/3 of Poulsbo voters voted to ban personal use of fireworks. This will not happen till 2027. It will not be this year. That's according to state law, that there's that much lag before it is enforced on the public. But we have taken the action to ban personal use beginning in 2027. The point of that remark is it's been since 2019 that we've had a community July 4th event. It was the tradition in this city. It was called the 3rd of July, that we had a barge towed in from Keyport, and fireworks were displayed from the middle of the bay for the community as a whole. The opportunity to re-engage in that is what I want to explore. We know from past police chiefs that 3rd of July event attracted unduly large crowds because it was the only spectacle of its kind in the region. I mean, just think to yourself, who celebrates the 4th of July on the 3rd? But it made us quaint, and it made us little Norway, and it was a tradition we actually inherited from the Navy from Keyport, but I won't go into that tonight. So I would like to sit down with the council. We have plenty of time, not for this coming year, but in conjunction with the ban on fireworks, that perhaps in 2027 we can explore what would be an appropriate community celebration in recognition of our pride. And certainly this year, the 250th recognition of the Declaration of Independence, and reinstitute a 4th of July, much smaller, more local event that we can all share in together, and add to it a cultural event. I'll end on this note. There was some discussion from the council 3-4 years ago in retreat that we were desirous of a cultural fair. A few of you might remember that terminology. And I picture myself to be determined, in addition to whatever display it is we might wish to do if we take this up, that rather than vendors on the waterfront selling their wares and food and competing perhaps with the businesses downtown that depend on that, that it could be a cultural event on the 4th of July, celebrating the many that constitute our community of the various cultures and backgrounds. And it strikes me that would be highly appropriate way to observe the 4th of July. Councilman Ecker.
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, this ban, what we just voted on, is a complete ban that starts at the end of this year, but prior council action banned fireworks took away the December 31st being authorized use. That goes into effect this March. So that was a prior council action. So December 31st, that was prior council action.
Okay.
So just so folks are clear, this New Year's is already off the books, essentially.
And Councilman Eckert's quite correct, and I appreciate that further clarification. I'm going to move on here. Another item on the state of the city in the future, if you will. We've implemented a business and occupation tax. We did that in order to strengthen not only our police department when our budget otherwise wouldn't accommodate that, but also to create a funding source for our city administration office, which is here, and the strengthening of the police department has happened. The business and occupation taxes that was implemented was from a model ordinance that many cities had adopted. And when it was first adopted, businesses that generated more than $20,000 gross revenue were subject to it. This last period of time, this council has taken that threshold to 125,000, so that there is more exemption, especially for individuals operating as business of one. There's many examples of that, including real estate agents and others. There's the possibility to take it to a higher threshold, but that would be up to the council. And I see a tie-in there on the question of downtown parking. If we don't get to a paid parking model in the next year or two, and the cost of maintaining a parking enforcement program, I know my personal predilection might be to hold off on raising that threshold so that we create a revenue source for that delta, but that all remains to be seen. The council retreat in two Saturdays. My hope for it, and I know you've all met with the facilitator, Andy, and City Administrator Gelder is putting together the agenda with our inputs. I'm very excited about the ability for this council to do a deep dive on our financial conditions, specifically our capacities, re-review our entire bond indebtedness, our existing capacities, the general fund, the enterprises, match that to the current programs underway, those we're planning to undertake, whether it be transportation improvement or the comprehensive plan or the capital improvement plan, and then also hear from you as individuals your thought in being brought up to speed, and do you have other ideas in mind? And put that all literally on the whiteboard, and then start to mix and match and see what the limit is. You'll all recall from my time on council the last year, I've had a concern about budget amendments. My concern being that outside of the budget process, mid-year, we're presented with a new position or a new program without a context to the rest of the city budget. And it's very easy to see value in any one project, and they're all usually quite worthy. But if we can't stack them up against the other departments, the other demands, we're kind of shooting in the dark. And this portion of the retreat is exactly that, for capital and operations, that we mix and match and see what capacities we have against our desires and how far we can go. So we have a realistic picture as we undertake our various programs. Moving on, and thank you for bearing with me on this. I'm still interested in forming an ad hoc committee for what I would call financial working group. I have found as a council person myself that the idea of being able to tackle in-depth spreadsheets and the detail of our budget at the end of or in the middle of a study session when we're dealing with many other issues can be quite problematic, given what the level of depth is, what our energy is, what other subjects we have to deal with that night. And I will be proposing to form an ad hoc finance working group comprised of 3 of you that would meet monthly with staff and then answer back to council, but able to do a deep dive without a rush in an extended format. There's been a lot of work put into the concept of a metropolitan park district. Right now we have our own parks department. I will say historically there was a park district that encompassed the north end that was run by Kitsap County until 1992. And there was a collapse of that North End County Park District. And at that time, Mayor Mitch Mitchison, in his wisdom, took components of it, incorporated and rolled it into our limited park program in order to hold up these programs. One example was our Kingston Day Sailing program, teach youth safety of boating. And that was up in Kingston. That's pretty unusual for Poulsbo to be running a program in Kingston. And as part of that legacy, when we talk about a metropolitan park district, we're talking about beyond the borders of the city of Poulsbo. Would our outlying county neighbors be interested in pooling resources to achieve together what might be impossible to do on our own? And I just want to point out there is an historic precedent for that, but it's a question that would need to be approached carefully and thoughtfully over a period of time. I'm not sure what that is. So that's at least a conversation to look at and form questions surrounding. What I'm terribly interested in doing, moving on here, and we'll accomplish this hopefully in the retreat format, is the reconstruction of Front Street, if you will. We've been budgeting in the enterprises, specifically sewer and water, considerable money because both the sewer and the water are inadequate under Front Street. And it's going to necessitate tearing up Front Street. That will be the opportunity to not only look at the road bed, the width of it, the speed through the downtown, 2 lanes, 1 lane, the ability to look at the sidewalks, some of which have quite a little incline to them. The last time there was a makeover in the downtown was 1988, again under the administration of Mayor Mitch Mitchison. I remember it specifically because my business was up Jensen, and it impacted a lot of businesses because, as Mike Lund shakes his head, yes, it definitely curtailed the ability to shop and access the downtown for a considerable amount of time. Many of us have been holding our breath for that Front Street reconstruction because it gives us the opportunity to reimagine possibly making Front Street, for example, one way going south, maybe narrowing it to 1 lane, meet fire code to be sure, still have the truck loading areas, but it would give us therefore 1 lane to calm traffic, possibly slow the traffic down and widen our sidewalks and make it much more pedestrian amenable. At that same time, this council might be able to look at the question of one-way looping up then Hostmark to connect with Third, which we're about to undertake that project as a one-off, and then down to Moe and Jensen and create a loop of the downtown. And what I'm excited about, having reviewed the Quincy Square project as that was developed in the city of Bremerton, they have the ability to shut that portion of 4th Street down in short order for special events with a minimum of hassle, almost automatically. We might be able to do the same with Front Street as we rebuild it with amenities that would allow us not only to engage in pedestrian events, but have the safety of bollards and other pedestrian safety against vehicles automatically built in. Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, Mayor, I think we intend to talk about that at the retreat. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Something that maybe we should, if we could have in our pocket for that prepared. I'm looking at Heather. One of the bills that was suggested this time, Senate Bill 6026, is a change to local control of basically changing commercial zones to remove some of our local control on allowing commercial zones to have residential. So it's essentially what we've already done in C2, 3, and 4, but it would remove our ability to not do it in C1. So I'm not sure how extensive that bill would change our ability, but it might be something we want to talk about when we talk about the future of Front Street.
Excellent. So that's a very big topic that would affect the face of this community. What I call the postcard face is the downtown historic district. Its buildings, its amenities, its walkways. The thing that we think about when you mention Poulsbo to anyone is the waterfront and the downtown. And there's an opportunity to this council over the next 4 years, working with staff, understanding our capacities financially, and seeing what partnerships there might be available depending on the vision, Historic Downtown Poulsbo Association and other groups to work together in a partnership on a common vision. So I'm excited about that, and I appreciate your remarks, Councilman Eckert. Trying to wrap this up quickly in my State of the City's forward-looking report to you. I've been excited about our Complete Streets work. I know, Councilman Eckert, you've been involved with that, and a few of others working with staff. I'll just break out one component, and that is bicycle safety. We have a couple grants right now from the federal government. We'll see where those go. We're trying to connect to the Sound to Olympics Trail, and a lot of that is based on bicycle use. My wife and I ride bicycles. That's how I keep track of a lot of the minor development that's going on and other improvements and conditions in the city as such as they are. I will tell you, most streets, it doesn't feel very safe to be on a bicycle. We have the one stretch on Fjord, but other than that, it's not such a great line between vehicular traffic, bicycle. Pedestrians have sidewalks in most cases, but we don't want the bicycles up on the sidewalks. So working with Complete Streets, perhaps create one or two arterial designated thoroughfares through town. If it requires some narrowing of street width, I don't know, but to get those green lanes down so that visitors and residents alike know that these are designated pathways for bikes. You see that in Bremerton right now. There's pathways, including on their main streets, that are marked with green paint. And that is a clear disembarkation from vehicular traffic that's recognized by the car drivers not to get into that. It is not so clear in this town. So that would be a hope of mine. Obviously, we're integrating the city administrator role. Mayor Erickson and Council City Administrator Gelder off to a great start. Mr. Gelder and I have had numerous meetings on our role, not only in terms of structure, but in terms of style, communication, intent, goals. I'm very excited about how this is working out. We're both very relaxed, and we have a high degree of confidence and trust in each other, and that's as important as the structure itself. Moving on to transit, and I'll touch on 2 points regarding transit. By transit, I mean Kitsap Transit. I'll be back on the board for the 3rd time. I started already last week. I explored in my 2nd seating on that board 5 years ago, our routed bus service. That's our standard buses, not paratransit, not the others. The ability to provide free transit on buses for all of our citizens up and down the county. Intercity in Olympia has been able to do that. Clallam County Transit's been able to do that. And it would be my desire, working with the other board of directors, if possible, to at least explore that option. We know that the fare box is the least revenue source for running Kitsap Transit, and yet we still charge the citizens on routed bus to pay. I think one of the long-term goals of Kitsap Transit has been to increase ridership, and I can't think of a finer way while benefiting our residents than that. And that would affect Poulsbo. There's also the ability to work with transit on a potential trolley. We've taken a couple stabs at that. We had a city councilwoman who worked some 14 years ago very hard on that concept. Right now, we think the ability to access the downtown is primarily with cars. I'd like to improve bicycle safety to access the downtown, as I just mentioned. Another one is, instead of, or in lieu of a parking garage, or the day that it's finally required because we've run out of capacity, there are more affordable means that could lend themselves to tourism. And certainly a routed and existing structure that would involve trolleys, that could also involve tours of some of our historic districts to attract people to park their cars outside of the downtown core area and then enjoy a tour on a known set route with a set time. And so there are many ways to look at it, but I'm tying that into my transit comment. I'm just about wrapped up here on emergency management, and I see that our emergency manager is with us tonight, or was, Mr. Schoonmaker. Thank you. I see that the Suquamish have adopted and are looking at any level of expansion on their emergency management. And I'm very keen to make sure we're not only working in our community, but we're working with our neighbors on a coordinated plan. I'm sure that's already been thought of, but I want to encourage that, because when an emergency happens, it's not going to respect a border and stop at that border. It's going to be cross-border. And it's very important that we're up to speed with all of our neighbors. Park stewardship program. I don't think our parks director is here, but Rachel Cornett is and can convey to Jeff. Already a number of years ago, walking my dog, I've adopted the Robb Park Nature Trail, as Mr. Lund can painfully attest to when he gets my occasional emails about a tree down or other problems. I won't go through the whole list, but there's the ability, like when you see on State Highway 3 and many highways in this state and others, where organizations and people adopt a section of the highway for picking up trash and maintenance. We all live near some facility of the city that it's publicly owned. And I'm hoping through pride of ownership and desire to improve that and maintain it, that we can have a park stewardship program where people are assigned a certain component of a public park, a public trail, a public, you name it. And that's their portion to maintain. And I know that's really helped out the nature trail at Robb Park. I'll give much credit to my dog and to Mike Len for his patience. I appreciate that, Mike. I do not need to belabor the college town element of our comprehensive plan. You are all familiar with the expansion of Olympic College with the Allied Health Center, which is rapidly growing and benefiting our high school students for career opportunities. There's also Western Washington University. I'll be in a conference call with Senator Drew Hansen tomorrow on a bill he has submitted to expand the role of Western Washington University out of Bellingham, here specifically in Poulsbo. It remains one of our great resources that could make our town a real gem in Western Washington, serving all the outlying 5 Western counties, the other high schools, and do so on a hub spoke, because naturally Poulsbo is at a crossroads. From Poulsbo, you can get up to the Kingston Ferry, over to the Bainbridge Ferry. You can get down to the Tacoma Narrows Bridge and points west by the same arterial road system. And so that makes us a natural hub for this portion of Western Washington, west of Seattle. Finally, and in conclusion, North End District Court. Kitsap County had a district court up here for many, many years. Those of you who remember the old city hall will remember the yellow footsteps that went around the building to guide people to the district courtroom rather than have them plow through the labyrinth, I call it, of that old city hall. During the financial recession in 2008, 9, 10, and 11, the county, because of budget contingencies, pulled that North District Court away and consolidated it in Port Orchard. For those who don't have easy access to vehicles or have no private vehicles at all, that is more than a 4-hour saga to get down there and back. And it is the disadvantaged and the challenged that are most compromised by the loss of North District Court. We've had conversations with the other jurisdictions. Bainbridge Island is keen on this, for having a North District Court here in Poulsbo. Right now, the idea that Port Orchard is the only available point for those infractions and other legal work that must be done right above our municipal court, I believe that's untenable. I believe it's unequitable. I believe it's unfair. And so it would be my intention to work with all of you and work with the county and the courts and the commissioners to explore the reinstatement of a North District courtroom. I'll end by saying that the existing courtroom space was designed for a district court. There is a room that's designed for jury consultation. It was built for district court in the original design, and it'd be very easy to accommodate that, not only for our residents of Poulsbo, but for Bainbridge Island, Kingston, Hansville, Keyport, and so forth, all of our surrounding neighbors. So that completes my State of the City forward-looking address. These are items I look forward to working with my colleagues on over the next period of time and constitute my vision that I would like to add during my time here at the city, among many others that I'm sure will pop up, to improving the quality of life in all respects. I appreciate your patience very much. That completes the mayor's report. And unless there's a pressing question, I'm not looking for engagement tonight per se, but to be frank and transparent with my colleagues, where I'm coming from, and briefly why. We're going to move on to agenda item 6, which is board, commission, and outside agency reports. And I'll start to my left, Councilman Newell. Nothing to report. Councilwoman Crowe. Councilman Eckert. Councilman Tabor.
Hey, I attended the Port of Poulsbo commissioner meeting, and I was happy to see them talk and discuss that support for the boardwalk, and that was very enthusiastic. And
Good work.
then the other 2 items, so I was thankful for James Weaver to come and provide that update. And the other 2 updates I have is the Mosquito Fleet is having the one remaining vessel that Kitsap Transit runs. You probably remember the name. That's right. What was it? Carlisle, yes, that is correct. The Carlisle 2. I think on January 30th, they're going to be running a 1-day route between Bremerton and Poulsbo. And then my other update, 1 second.
Oh, I want to be on that.
I was hoping Councilwoman Livedall would be here because I know she'd be excited for that.
That's January 30th,
Yes,
and that'll be coordinated obviously with the Port of Poulsbo and the Port of Bremerton then.
exactly. And then the last, the port turns 75 March 19th of this year. So just those two.
Does that complete your report? Thank you, Councilman Tabor. Councilman Fitzpatrick, anything to report or any thought thereof?
I do have one thing. I had the privilege of joining the senior center for their monthly board meeting this morning and had the serendipity of being there while Bill Austin came by. Sorry. And Bill Austin is working on getting their front door replaced and came by with a bid proposal that the board approved and a plan to fund that. So I just thought it was worth celebrating. Our seniors have been working really hard on getting their front door replaced at the senior center, and it's exciting to know that they have a plan, a contractor, and a funding model to move forward with that in the near future.
And it's worth noting for the record that both the exterior of the Senior Citizens Organization Center downtown and the interior with its woodwork and wainscoting was all his creation, Mr. Bill Austin, in the 80s. And he took that project on himself. Glad to hear him following through on the door. Councilman McVeigh, anything to report as far as board, commission, outside agency reports?
No reports, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman McVeigh. City administrator and department head comments. We'll now turn and get the report, and I look forward to the various state of the cities from the departments as well, Mr. Gelder.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to keep my comments pretty short. Yes, the look back on 2025, your leadership team will be able to share some phenomenal accomplishments with council and with the community. So that'll be a great item. Also, just for the public's awareness, the offices will be closed next Monday, again, because of the Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There is no council meeting next Wednesday evening, the 21st, because of the city action days with the Association of Washington Cities in Olympia. And then the council is scheduled for a retreat on the 24th here in Chambers from 9 to 3. That's it. Thanks.
Finance Director Boer. Nothing to report. And Public Works Director Diane Linnaeus.
Good evening, Council. I just have a couple of announcements that I wanted to share with you. We recently hired a hydrogeologist to do some evaluation of Lincoln Well number 2. I think I brought that contract forward about 3 weeks ago. And they have completed the step testing and the water quality testing on Lincoln Well 2. And they found the water quality to be what they would expect for a well that has some clogging happening on the screens on the casing. And so the next step is for them to put together a bid package for us to go out and hire a well driller to come in and cleanse the inside of the casing, remove the pump, and take a look at it and see if they can restore it to full capacity. It's currently operating at about 30% less than its normal capacity. So we're running at 520 gallons per minute instead of closer to 650. After they do that cleansing, we'll know what level we can operate at, and hopefully it'll be fully restored in the best case scenario. But that leads us to an expense that will be coming forward in terms of the well driller. When I requested a number, they indicated it could be anywhere up to $250,000. So what I'd like to do is move forward with the bid for that work and then come forward with the budget amendment after we've completed the bid and we know how much money we need to ask for. The design work has been, an evaluation has been part of our water rights assessment that we planned for this year. And now that we have the results on this specific well, we will move forward with the bid package during the winter months when people aren't using as much water. So we'll have the well back up to its maximum capability before more water usage increases. On that note, I want to let you know and let citizens know that we do plan to increase our energy in the areas of water conservation. This is not just because of the Lincoln Well 2, it's just because it's something that we should do as a community. Irrigation has become excessive in some areas, and I think everybody needs a reminder to be very thoughtful about how much water that they use. And when we looked at our code, what we found is we're not as good about encouraging or discouraging a lot of use as we could be. So we'll be bringing forward some code suggestions to council in the next couple of months. Then the next thing I wanted to let you know is a little success on Josh's project, which is Knoll North. It's Languinette, Maranatha. They've been making very good progress, and some of you may have noticed that they're working on the compact roundabout at Knoll and Messford. If you can drive a different route, that's a good thing to do over the next couple of weeks. But the really good news is in the next 60 to 90 days, they will be substantially complete with that project, and it's a good thing for the city. It also provides a nice new entrance for pedestrians to the school. So it's a great project. And those are my only 2 or 3 updates for tonight.
Diane, you'll signal to us when we can start singing hallelujah about well number 2?
Of course.
Thank you. That's much to look forward to. Turning to our Health, Human Services, and Housing Director, Kim Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. A couple of updates, and then I have something for Council to help me consider. One update is, as I think that you all know, H3 assembled an ad hoc committee to make recommendations on how we can spend our affordable housing tax dollars moving forward in a fair and transparent way. That ad hoc group of experts here in the community met 3 times in late 2025. We're doing the final review now of a very short 2-page recommendation letter that we're going to submit for Council's consideration. I just wanted to update you all that this volunteer group did a terrific job in taking a very complex topic, how to spend our affordable housing tax funds, and making some very clear and actionable recommendations. I look forward to working with Heather and talking about these recommendations at an upcoming council workshop session, just flagging for you that something has been prepared, and I look forward to sharing it with you. Another announcement about our kitchen. Council authorized kitchen work being done at the Recovery Cafe several months ago. It was a very complicated project. Engineering was incredibly helpful in getting us over some obstacles, and it's just about completed. I expect by the open house that we're doing for our cafe on the 22nd of this month that the kitchen will be approved for cooking and all of the major elements of it finished. I know some of you won't be able to attend the open house, but grateful for those of you that can be there. January 22nd, 4 to 6, and the public is really encouraged to attend. Last thing is more of a question than an announcement. As council might recall, the origins of the Recovery Center were an understanding that new drug crimes would come to our municipal court because of changes in the way the Blake legislation at the state level would affect Poulsbo Municipal. Our thought, and when I say our, I mean Chief Harding and my thought in opening the center back in 2024, is it would be really important as a diversion alternative to people that are charged with drug crimes and willing to seek help here in Poulsbo. Fast forward now a year and a half, things are going really well. I look forward to updating you later this evening about some of the things we've been doing. But there is a grant opportunity available through the Department of Justice. It's called the Edward Burm Memorial Justice Assistance, or JAG program. It's not a lot of money. Maybe it's up to $150,000. But if we were able to get this grant to help us with our court and police diversion efforts, it would open the door to hiring perhaps a full-time peer to help with these efforts, with maybe some funding left over to help with administrative costs. I've discussed this grant opportunity with both Rob and Debbie. Just to be very frank, in this climate, I have some reservations about going after federal funds. It also creates a significant burden on our finance department to administer. Federal funds, I don't make the decision to go after a grant like this lightly. On the other hand, court and police diversion is at the heart of what we're doing, and I think we have a pretty good chance of getting some funding. So opening this up to council to hear if there's any feedback that you might have about whether this is something that I should pursue. And if so, I'd very much like to put the work in to give it a shot.
Kim, the first question has to be, what's the time element for the council to consider, work with our city administrator, finance director to weigh all the trade-offs?
Yeah, the application is due in early February. So if you guys could help me with a decision in the next week, that would be very helpful.
Council, any questions or clarifications for Kim? Councilman Eckert.
I guess with, having 15 seconds to think about it. What's the workload like now that, do you need an additional peer person? Would the grant, the effort of the grant, managing, et cetera, be worth the extra person and the workload and what you need?
Thanks for the question. From my perspective as H3 manager, absolutely yes. We're starting a new program with our police department to do more diversion through a pre-arrest program. Things are expanding with the court as more people become interested in our services, and frankly, the caseload continues to increase. So from my perspective, the work is worth the reward of having another staff member. I'm very aware of the burden it puts on our finance department to administer these grants. So again, I don't make the decision lightly.
Okay. Yeah, when Chief brought up the idea of pre-diversion before, that's a program that has some places it works, some places it doesn't. I have absolute confidence in you and him that if we do it here, it will work because you guys do things right. So for me, I think if we can get the grant, we can prove it works, at least here, because you've proven everything else that you try works here, even if it doesn't work somewhere else. So I think it's worth the effort as long as it, the scale balances.
Councilwoman Crowe.
Can you share some information in a packet or something like that to us so that we can review it a little bit more? And then also your magical with grants, and I understand the support that the finance offers. But with that said, the concern is sustainability after the grant, has been exhausted. Then what is? I love the idea. I echo what Rick had shared. The thing is that doing it well and then maintaining and continuing it, the dollar. So you probably have a plan. What's the plan moving forward? Say we got that. And
Councilman Newell.
I guess, Mayor, from my perspective, it'd be up to you and the city administrator to say, yes, this makes sense from standpoint of going after it. Even if it's short term, will help somebody. And from that standpoint, I would encourage us to lean in. I don't know what we need from council to ask for that. I think this, to me, it's more of an internal looking at you, Mr. Gelder, that, hey, do you guys want to go after the grant or not? And I'm sure my colleagues will approve the budget amendment to accept the grant.
Mr. Tabor.
Well said, Councilmember Newell, and I agree. I think everyone up here supports that kind of work, and then it becomes a staff capacity question and a city capacity question. So as long as that feels right to our city leadership, then I think the council would support the general idea.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
The only question I have is what exactly do we mean by the impact to the finance team? I mean, I don't know if Debbie wants to speak to that or not.
There's a lot of rules applying to grants, and federal grants also may subject us to a single audit during the end of the year if we exceed $1 million in revenue combined with all of them. It takes a lot of reconciling. We treat it as projects. We have to reconcile every month. We have to gather all of the information per the contract, what it requires. Some require progress reports that we're chasing down from departments, requires expenditure, invoices, it requires timesheets. So it just requires a lot of backup and consolidation. And then we bill the governments, we book them as receivables, and we make sure we have all of the paperwork appropriate for audits. So it's a lot of facilitating between everything and also accounting to accommodate it and meeting all the federal restrictions. We haven't seen what the award would look like right now, so we're just presuming that that's what's accompanying it.
Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, I just had a thought, and I'm sure you've already had it and Deb's already thought about it. But yeah, if, you're looking at the new ERP already and requirements, and if we can find a system that helps, whether we get this grant or not, but helps with grants in the future and minimizes that burden or lessens it in any way, shape or form, something else to think about.
I don't see him on the screen, but Mr. McVeigh, you have any question or input on this if you are there?
Nothing that hasn't already been brought up. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. McVeigh. A question for you, Kim, from me. You're talking about diversion, and that was a program we already started to undertake last year anyway, or the capacity for it. Can you compare and contrast that to what I've heard, the question of community court? Is there any relationship? Can you paint a picture in plain terms of a relationship or lack thereof?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think community court could be incorporated in a larger diversion effort. I see community court as one example of different ways that we can pursue diversion here in town. I'm hesitant to talk about this grant as funding community court until I hear from the judge that it's something that he would support. If Judge Davies was open to using these funds to start a pilot community court program, I'd be really enthusiastic about using this funding for that purpose. But again, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. That would be something I'd look for him on guidance about.
So that touches a number of my colleagues have talked about, and Councilwoman Crowe did. If we took this on for a year, is there a legacy item to justify the trouble, the cost, the experiment, the mold setting, let alone the burden on the finance department? I know if it were strictly my decision alone, I'd be very interested in the feedback of the courts, potentially the police, to embrace this, given we can't know in advance, but the capacity to want to explore, the curiosity, and the desire to do so. And I would be looking for that as a downstream effect rather than just a one and done.
My hope is that this is a continuation grant that goes for more than one cycle. That's true for a current grant that we have at the Recovery Center that's run through the Healthcare Authority that has a presumption of renewing every year. Other ideas that we've had internal discussions about sustainable funding, I think are better for Rob to discuss with council, and I think it might be one of the topics at the upcoming retreat.
And would the council meeting of February 4 be too late for a decision?
It would, but perhaps we could work internally and have a conversation as an internal team and report back to you about feasibility.
I think if you guys internally say you can do it, I'm looking at my peers. We okay if they do it? Yeah, I don't think you need to come back. We will approve the budget amendment if you get the money.
So I will get together with City Administrator Gelder, and we'll get together with the appropriate staff and ask the questions, and we'll operate with your authority on a yay or nay, depending on the outcome of that exploratory, is what I'm hearing. And any last comment, Mr. McVeigh, you're comfortable with that? I'll presume he is. And here he is.
I'm comfortable with that, Ed. And if I'll raise my hand here if I do have a comment or a question. Okay, thank you.
Don't want to overlook you. I should add for the record, and it was stated at the top of the meeting, we're canceling next week's meeting, which would have given us more opportunity. And a number of us who otherwise would have been at the January 22nd dedication of the Recovery Resource Cafe, both have to do with the fact that many of us here on the dais are going to be in Olympia. I know I will, January 21, 22, and 23, meeting with the legislature, meeting with the Senate, meeting with the House on our agendas and of other subjects. And that is the window we need to be there for. So I just want to state for the record that it just makes it that much more pressing for us because we're foregoing the third meeting of the month. On the bright side, and we've established a tradition of this along with Mayor Becky Erickson during her terms, we actually sponsored during that period of time a tradition, we call it the Kitsap Caucus. We actually create a place to break bread for a supper involving our 3 colleague cities, occasionally the county commission, but most importantly, we have representatives of the 23rd legislative district, the 25th and the 35th joining us. And it creates an informal conversation that can get a lot done in, and we host it, the city of Poulsbo. We are the host for this affair, which is why we've encouraged those of you who can to come down, because it's a pretty unique event. Never mind the opportunity to engage with the legislature. All of that, which is to say, necessitates missing that third meeting of the month. On that note, we're going to move on and let's see what other department heads. Mike, do you have anything to add tonight from Public Works? Police Chief Ron Harding. Nothing to report on at this point. City Planner Heather Wright. And turning to my left, City Clerk Rhiannon Fernandez. Maurice, nothing from Information Technology. The next item would be the agenda item 8 that's before you. That's consent agenda items A through H, which is a rather extensive written record. A kind of mini, I don't know what, dear diary of 6 or 7 different minutes. Rhiannon, I want to thank you in the clerk's department. I read through it, and that's a lot of reading. So unless there's a desire by the council to pull an item or seek a clarification, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. We'll go down the dais. Mr. Newell?
Bill, aye.
Crow, I.
Packard, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Thank you. Thank you all. We're moving into the business portion of the agenda. We have 4 items tonight. We have a SAMI flag display request. That would be for early February. We'll get into it both in the February 4th council meeting, the SAMI being the indigenous people of Norway and the Arctic Circle. And there is quite a legacy and history of that in our community, along with our Norwegian heritage. And in fact, that February 4th meeting, we will be addressed by a member of whose ancestors were Sami and came here in the 19th and early 20th century. But in this case, we have item 9A, which is to approve flying the Sami flag on February 6, 2026 at Poulsbo City Hall. Any question from council? Otherwise seeking an action.
I'd make a motion. Move to approve flying the Sami flag on February 6, 2026 at Poulsbo City Hall.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
From Mr. Fitzpatrick. We're going to go across the dais. Mr. Newell?
Well, just one comment before we do.
Comment.
I mentioned this before when we were talking about banners and flags. I somewhere down the road, I think we really need the program to replace or extend our mast outside to real flagpoles, multiple, because the more of these we do, in order to do them right, you need to have a better flagpole. So, or 2, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Eckert. We have a motion on the table and it's up for discussion. Any other further discussion before I call for the vote? Not seeing any. Mr. Newell?
Bill, aye.
Crow, I.
Packard, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
And the motion passes. And again, for my colleagues to note and the public, on the February the 4th, from the podium, we'll have a short presentation on the history and context of the Sami here in Poulsbo as part of our Little Norway authentic heritage. We're going to move on to item number 9B, which is 2025 through 2027 capacity grant agreement and subsequent action. And that is going to be undertaken by whom?
Rachel Bowen, I'm the stormwater permit
Thank you,
coordinator.
Rachel.
Yes. All right, good evening, council. My name is Rachel Bowen. I'm our NPDS stormwater permit coordinator, and I'm going to talk about our stormwater capacity grant acceptance. So this is a non-competitive grant we get from the Department of Ecology every 2 years. And I hope it's okay to admit, council, but I did take this PowerPoint from when we did it 2 years ago and realized that we have some new council members since then. So I want to talk a little bit about the background of the NPDS permit before I talk about the grant. So we get this because we are an NPDS permittee that stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. This permit is from the Department of Ecology, and essentially what this permit is so the EPA realized that the biggest threat to water quality for keeping our waters fishable, swimmable, boatable, all of that for recreation is stormwater pollution. So they made the NPDS permit and had cities, counties, as well as large organizations require them to have this permit. So this permit says, like, if you want to discharge to waters of the state, you need to follow these rules, essentially. So the NPDS permit touches on a lot of aspects of what we do as a city, certainly our operations and maintenance and public works, but there's also components for capital improvements, our own city projects, public education, outreach, spill response and discharges, training, and stormwater planning. So it really does hit on multiple facets of the city. So because we have this permit, the Department of Ecology gives us a non-competitive grant every 2 years, and it's that time of year again. This is a no match required grant that can be used for anything that supports NPDS permit implementation. So some of the previous grants that we've used the funds for, we got an RC mower for our storm pond maintenance, which I've pictured. We've used it for spill kit supplies, casual labor, and to support our GIS program. So a little bit about this grant. This is until March 31st, 2027. The grant award is $120,000. A little bit what we're planning on using it for this time around is that we will use it again for stormwater casual labor to support the operation and maintenance of city-owned stormwater system. We'll also use it for tools and equipment for the same. We have some planned GIS support for stormwater. We are also required to develop an additional stormwater management action plan, or SMAP, and that is due next year. So we will be using the stormwater capacity grant for some assistance with professional services in developing it. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions about the capacity grant, but I have forward for you today acceptance of the grant as well as a budget amendment to make room in the budget for the grant.
Well presented, Rachel. And this is for a total of 120,000, and in your package, your agenda package, it's divided between 118,000 for implementation and 2,000 for grant loan and administration for the city. Opportunity for questions, clarifications, council. Mr. Eckert.
If memory serves, the last time we came with us, you were talking about, there's an organization we're part of that this is tied with. It's Kitsap County, but a little greater.
Oh, yeah, that is the WESOG organization. So we do use the capacity grant sometimes for we don't pay it for our ILA with WESOG, but like if we order stuff for our education outreach supplies, the capacity grant really comes in handy for that.
And are the dog cleanup mitts, am I remembering right that that's part of that too? Or is that something
It is
separate?
part of the WESOG, yeah. We don't use the capacity grant for it. The cost for that is split between stormwater and parks for our MUTMIDs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought we had,
Mhm.
I remembered us being involved in something
Yes.
like that already. And I know that's been a little bit of
We did our
community chatter
tally.
later. So
Yeah, I did our tallying up recently and we used approximately 84,000 MUTMID bags last year.
Mm.
So go
Okay.
through a substantial amount. It will,
Yes.
yeah,
thank you.
fun fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, clarification from council? And I'll call again, any question or clarification on the action and motion before you?
Happy to make a motion, Mayor.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, Mr. Tabor.
Move to accept the 2025-2027 Stormwater Capacity Grant from the Department of Ecology and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement on behalf of the city and approve the budget amendment number 26-101.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you, council. I have a motion and a second. We have a motion on the table. Any last point of clarification or information? Mr. Newell? Or you're ready to call for the vote?
I'm waiting for you to call for the vote and then it'll be Newell, aye.
I have Newell, aye.
Pro I.
Packard, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Thank you. Well done, Mr. Newell. You caught us all flat-footed. Appreciate your efficiency. We're moving on to the next item on the business agenda, which is going to be resolution number 2026-01, which is 8th Avenue and South Fork Dogfish Creek Culvert Project and the grant thereof. And this will be Charlie Roberts, right?
Yeah. Charlie Roberts, utility engineer for the city of Poulsbo. In the packet was a resolution to apply for an RCO grant. They require authorization from the mayor to apply. We're looking to apply for the 8th Avenue Culvert construction project. I think we're going to be applying for about $1.25 million with a 15% city match. It's in our CIP in 2027 when the funds are available. And yeah, we're looking forward to applying and hopefully we'll be successful and entertain any questions.
I have one, Charlie. What's the track record in our awards and applications to RCO, and what would be your expectations in the present environment?
It's the Brian Abbott Fish Barrier Removal Board program, which is very, very competitive. Culvert removal is very kind of front of mind and there's limited funds available. When we applied for this previously, I think it was about 2018, we didn't receive the grant or anything like that. And then just this last year, they reached out to us and said, we have money available. Do you still want to do this project? And so we're currently excuse me. We're currently working on the design. So it's funded by RCO already for the design. So I'm hopeful that we'll get consideration for the construction piece of it. I will say, I think our application is strong. We're not as far through the design as I would like to be for applying. We're at the preliminary design stage, hasn't been reviewed by Fish and Wildlife or anything like that. And that's just a matter of how long the project's taken to get here. But we'll definitely be, shovel ready by the time the funds are available if we are successful. So,
Charlie, might the previous application, which wasn't funded, is there any ranking or recognition of that by RCO? It's a fresh competition cycle.
They do ask as part of the application what other projects have been completed that kind of tie into this project. And I will say too, the 8th Avenue Culvert is the last remaining fish barrier on South Fork Dogfish Creek. So downstream culverts have been corrected, upstream culverts have been corrected. It opens up about half a mile of stream habitat, which is a good metric. So I'm hopeful, but I don't know that I would guarantee it.
Happy to make a motion, Mayor.
I have one more question if I could, but hang on to that. On an application like this, do we seek or solicit letters of recommendation from our neighbors to strengthen the application?
Yeah, we've reached out to, I'm looking to Rachel to help me out. Whisper, who's our local integrating organization, for a letter of support for this.
off the top of my head, I would think since it's the last on that particular stretch for culvert removal, that our neighbors of Suquamish Tribe might have heightened interest in approaching Allison O'Sullivan and seeing if there is any questions there. I know that would be well received by the RCO if we could provide that.
Yeah, and we've been very involved with both Allison and Rod at the tribe and Fish and Wildlife in the pre-design work we've been doing. So we've had I think 2 site meetings out there in the last 6
great.
months. So yeah, great.
Mr. Tabor.
Move to approve resolution 2026-01. This resolution/authorization authorizes the persons identified below in section 2 to act as the authorized representative agent on behalf of the city of Poulsbo, Washington, and to legally bind our organization with respect to the projects for which we seek grant funding assistance managed through the Recreation and Conservation Office, and authorize the mayor to sign the resolution on behalf of the city.
I'll second, but I did have a question.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion on the table and we're open for discussion. Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, I just, in vein of similar points I've made before, about tying projects together, it's serendipitous. We also have Coffee Oasis later on the agenda, and behind Kim is Josh, and we've talked about 8th Avenue many times. So I'm just kind of thinking about, the culvert, the end of 8th Avenue and Coffee Oasis as a holistic thing that we should talk about, because digging up the street and changing the street and the building at the end of the street probably are all something we should look at once, and not, as piecemeal projects, because maybe the one's going to change what we want to do about the other. So I just don't know how much coordination on these 3 projects or ideas has happened, but I think we should probably think about it as a council, and what do we want to do? Because that's a bad area when it comes to roads. And I have personally seen very, very near misses there of people crossing the road and and I've almost been hit, from people who think that's a 4-way stop, probably a half a dozen times in my time of living in Poulsbo. So I would love to bring that whole thing together and make it better. And if this is the opportunity to do it, I would love to do that. So I guess more of a comment, less of a
No,
question.
that's a great point. Charlie, any response to that?
I will say, as part of the design work that we're doing for 8th Avenue, we had to do kind of the first step was alternatives analysis. And one of the alternatives that we did look at was removing the culvert, restoring the channel, and dead ending the roadway. And because that was focused on kind of stream restoration aspects, we didn't get into the traffic implications of that. That was kind of noted as a need to consider other implications outside of just the stream stuff. But that was, you think removing a culvert is very, very simple and straightforward, but when you get into that kind of the stream morphology that we're now into, the grades change, and that culvert acts as it's a hold on the stream. And so you remove the culvert and a bunch of stuff happens upstream and downstream. And so it would be definitely a feasible option that we looked at as part of one of the alternatives. It wasn't the preferred alternative at this point. And I guess the other kind of point I would make is we want to take this opportunity to apply for the grant opportunity, or the grant while it's open. The next cycle will be in 2027 for funds in 2029. So we didn't want to lose that opportunity to apply and maybe get on the list for the future. And we can always change the project, or if we're not ready to move forward with it at that time, we can always decline the grant if we're successful.
And I'm not necessarily suggesting a course of action other than I defer to all of you as the experts, and I just want to see it safer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I find myself nostalgic listening to Mr. Eckert. Mr. Lund used to have his offices there near the Quonset hut, and it would regularly flood, and he'd have fish. And his predecessors, Dan Wilson and Gary and everybody before him. So we're going to lose that opportunity for unintended fishing, thank God. So it's a great move, and I'm sure we support this. We have a motion on the table. Any further questions, or otherwise I will call for the vote. Not seeing any. Mr. Newell.
Is it okay? Newell, aye.
Crow eye.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Thank you, Council. We're moving on to our last item on the business agenda. That is item number 9D, Parks and Recreation Commission appointment. And we're going to call on our city clerk, Rhiannon Fernandez, to walk us through this. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So tonight we're here for the mayor's appointment for the following board, the Parks and Recreation Commission, and we're seeking council concurrence to appoint Leighton Thomas for a vacated position with a term expiring December 31st, 2028. And she is in the audience tonight. Also, she was able to make it. So looking for your concurrence for the appointment tonight.
And I find her to be highly qualified. And also what's exciting is she recently also ran for school board, North Kitsap School District School Board, and had to campaign and contact and engage with residents, not only here in Poulsbo, but north of us as well. And I think that is very complimentary to our work with our neighbors and some of the vision we might be undertaking in the years ahead. So I'm very excited about this particular appointment. Mr. Newell.
I'd like to make the motion.
Please.
Move to confirm the mayor's appointment of Leighton Thomas to the Parks and Recreation Commission as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the table. Any question thereof? And not seeing any, I will call for the vote. Mr. Newell.
Newell, aye.
Pro I.
Eckert, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye. Welcome, Leighton.
Very good. Yes, I will add to Mr. McVeigh. Welcome, Dr. Leighton Thomas. And she's a highly regarded educator. And I will add on the tail end of this, the city is still looking to fill one more additional vacant position on the Parks and Recreation Commission. So it's an opportunity still for one more seat for the audience and those listening in.
Mayor, since Dr. Thomas
Yes,
is here,
please.
do we want to give her an opportunity to speak?
Is she here?
She is here.
Oh, way in the back. I misunderstood. I thought you said she wasn't available. Dr. Thomas, are you willing to come forward and introduce yourself to the Poulsbo City Council?
Do I have to turn this on? Oh, it's on. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you very much. I'm really excited about this opportunity. I've got a couple ideas, but we've got a retreat and our first meeting coming up. So I'm really just mostly excited to figure out where I can plug in and use my enthusiasm for getting kids and families outside.
What might be some of your ideas, Dr. Thomas?
Well, my very specific idea is I would like to bring some LED teeter-totters to our waterfront as an art in the park installation next winter. But I think we've got a lot of opportunity to collaborate with our neighbors and conversations about a Metro Parks District and the work of the park. And there's a long list that we're going to have to prioritize. So good about that.
We're very excited to have you on board. You'd certainly have my vote if I had one, but as mayor, I no longer vote. But I welcome you to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Thank you for your
Rachel
support.
Cornett and Jeff Osmick, our director, will be orienting you and look forward to your work with the rest of the commission.
Thank you so much.
Correction, Mayor, you would vote if there's a need to break a tie.
Not tonight, sir, not tonight. So we are at the end of our business agenda. We're going to take a 10-minute meeting break. I'll pretend it is 20 to 7. And so we'll reconvene at 10 to 7. And then we will go into our workshop agenda. We'll be meeting at the table here. And this is the more informal part of the meeting. We're going to be entertaining some work, no business action to be taken. And again, at the end of that, we'll be again taking public comment for any of you that wish to address the city council. And on that note, we will be recessed for 10 minutes. We'll be convening here in just a minute. And hopefully B Cat, she's not even there. I'm not sure B Cat is. The door is open. We're reconvening the city council meeting of January 14. We're on to the workshop agenda, which is a more informal, dialogue-filled work with the city council. And we're going to have any number of items. I'll quickly go through it. We have Washington State Department of Transportation Bond Road Culvert Replacement presentation. Then we'll be moving on to what there was reference earlier, the Poulsbo Coffee Oasis Poulsbo rent increase update. We have a fire impact fee, and we have our District 18 fire chief here, Jim Gillard. Special events for February 2026. We're going to establish docket for 2026 comprehensive plan amendment. Then we have the 2025 year in review that I promised you earlier, the state of the city from the perspective of our department heads and staff. We then move on to council rules of procedure and review, council liaisons and ad hoc committees, and then we will conclude the meeting with questions, concerns of the council, and future agenda items, followed by what was promised, a last opportunity for public comment. So on that note, why don't we take it away with Washington State Department of Transportation Bond Road Culvert Replacement presentation. Would you walk us through that, Diane Linnaeus?
Absolutely. As most people know, the Department of Transportation has been working on numerous culvert replacement projects throughout the state. And this group here tonight is to share some that actually impact Poulsbo or might impact your commute into Poulsbo or through and around Poulsbo, specifically two on Bond Road in 2027 and some other projects on 308. And you can see the list up there of what's happening in Kitsap County. So I'd like to introduce from WashDOT, we've got Sarah Ott, lead traffic engineer that everyone has met before. We've got Kyle Cocaine in the hydraulics division. And then we also have from Kiewit, which is their design build contractor, we have Chris Parcell. And Josh and I are here to support them morally as they present to all of you. So I'm
Not
sure-
that fierce, Diane. We're not that fierce. Lady and gentlemen, please have at us.
All right, thank you, council, and thank you, Mayor, for hosting us tonight, and thank you for the great introductions, Diane. We're here to talk to you today about our State Route 3, State Route 104, 303, 307, 308 Kitsap County Remove Fish Barriers Project. And internally, we've shortened that up and we call it the Kitsap 29 because it's a mouthful, and there are 29 fish passage barriers in this project. So the purpose of us being here tonight is we want to update you all on the need for our project, the scope of the project, and our tentative construction timeline. And ultimately, we're seeking concurrence for a bicycle detour route on city streets for one of our bundles. So we're going to talk to you today with a quick overview of the project and the Liberty Bay bundle, then walk through our detour plan for State Route 307 Bond Road. We'll highlight why a detour approach provides the most benefits at this project, what a typical closure looks like, construction sequence looks like, and then I'll briefly touch on the related State Route 308 detours just for your awareness. And I'm hopeful that the presentation gives you full context for our request for your concurrence on the bicycle detour. So as you may have heard, the state is required under a federal court-ordered injunction to remove fish barriers, and that's the ultimate purpose of this project. As I mentioned, we have 29 individual fish passage barrier locations spread across 5 state highways. Kiewit was selected as our progressive design build partner, and we've been under contract since October of 2023. And we're early in the design stages on most of these bundles. At this time, we're planning to remove these barriers in 4 packages, or what I've been referring to as bundles. You'll see those noted in different colors on the map here. So we have what we call the Port Gamble 8, which are 8 sites up and around State Route 3 and 104 near Port Gamble, Kingston Ferry. We've got 6 sites we call the Strawnet 6 on State Route 3 in the lime green. We have 6 sites on State Route 307 and 308, which we call the Liberty Bay 6. That's the primary purpose of our presence here today. And then we have 9 more sites at the Central Valley Road interchange on State Route 303.
Quick question. What might be the estimated combined value of these projects?
So in progressive design build, we start with maybe 10% design effort. Really all we came out into the project with was just the approximate size of the stream. So at that time, we estimated our scoping estimate was about $480 million. And as we work to define the scope with QIT, we'll get refined estimates, and that's what we're working on. So total contract value is to be determined, but that was our planning level estimate. Okay. So the Liberty Bay bundle overview. So as I mentioned, we have 6 sites in this bundle, and the 2 we're primarily talking with you about today are the 2 sites on 307 Bond Road. Those 2 sites are approximately 600 feet apart from each other. They're really close together. They're located in between Big Valley Road and Gunderson-Stottlemyre intersection on 307, just for context there. And then the other 4 sites in this bundle are located on 308 between State Route 3 and Keyport. We are planning for detours on all 6 sites. Our tentative construction schedule for the Bond Road sites is to start and finish in the summer of 27. For 308, we'd like to start and finish in 2027 as well. And we're just trying to discern whether we can move forward as such or whether we might need to finish up in 2028. So to provide context on our plan for a detour, I thought it would be helpful to start with some existing conditions. As I mentioned, the 2 sites are 600 feet apart. And if you can see our graphic here, I have those highlighted as culvert 1 and culvert 2, about 1/10 of a mile apart there. Both sites have 4-foot corrugated metal pipes today, and we'll be replacing those with 25 to 30 foot wide box culverts, wing walls, new guardrail, the like. The excavation depth at culvert 1 is approximately 30 feet deep to get to the bottom. And the excavation depth at culvert 2 is approximately 40 feet deep. So you wouldn't necessarily know it driving down the road, but they're fairly sizable excavations. And you might be wondering, why are the sites so close together? Well, it's a fairly unique situation in that these culverts actually convey the same stream. And coincidentally, we heard about Dogfish Creek just a few minutes ago. These are actually tributaries on that Dogfish Creek system. So we're just upstream from the culvert I think we heard about earlier. So the stream flows from left to right through culvert 1 and into that forested area on the right hand side of the road, and then it weaves its way back under the highway at culvert 2. So all that forested area on the right is primarily sensitive riparian wetland areas because it's almost road adjacent as it makes its way back through there. I also want to call attention to the driveways on the screen. So there's driveway 1 there on the right that accesses a handful of homes, and then driveway 2 located in between the 2 culverts, but more closely to culvert 1, accesses 1 home that goes up the hill and off the page there. So we're actually in active discussion with that property owner about temporarily relocating them during construction, because we're planning to close the road at the same time for both of these sites and progress them at the same time. So effectively, they'd be landlocked in between our two excavations if we didn't temporarily relocate them. So we absolutely recognize that detours are impactful to travelers, residents, and local businesses, and we don't propose them lightly. However, after evaluating alternatives, we've determined a full closure with a signed detour is the least impactful and most efficient construction approach overall. We considered a staged construction approach, usually what we call a shoe fly bypass road. But it would require extensive, sensitive stream and riparian area work to build that temporary road. It would increase impacts to nearby private properties, and it ultimately extends your construction duration if you have to build a temporary road and then take it out. So the two photos that I have here on the screen are examples from two different projects we built on the coast recently, and I think those just the bottom right picture just sort of underlines what it looks like potentially if you have to build a temporary road out and around. And as I mentioned at this site, these two projects locations are really close together, and you'd basically be taking out a considerable amount of riparian vegetation and disturbing the habitat more than we'd like to.
Question,
Yep.
the traffic volume and count there. Obviously, we're dealing with what we call a pretty hot intersection at 305 to Bond. And we've taken some traffic mitigation efforts or traffic control. But that upstream, if I can call it that, you're still dealing with a pretty high daily traffic count, are you not?
Yeah, do you know what the ADT is on 22,000? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be
22,000 a day.
substantial.
Absolutely.
Well, and just, I mean, the map of all of these projects, I didn't really notice any of them in an area that isn't pretty significant traffic, commuter traffic, ferry traffic. I mean, in all four groups even.
Yeah.
So
And just to be clear, we're not proposing detours at every single one of the 29 sites. We're picking our spots where we think they're the right solution.
Bond doesn't have a lot of shoulder for the amount of volume. I mean, it's still a country road that's acting like a highway or whatever the proper terminology is. The duration of the project is the low estimation and the high estimation is about how long?
For all 29.
Well, the bond.
Just the bond?
Yeah.
So we're thinking we can get this done in less than 30 days for the full closure. Yeah.
You'll be a pretty popular guy in North Kitsap if you can do that.
Well,
Yeah, we plan to do that. Oh, yeah, we plan to do that. You know, we've put our schedule together based on like a 30% design. So we have a decent concept as to what work we'll be doing. You know, one of the major considerations that Kyler mentioned with that driveway in between the two is relocating them so that we're not doing one and then the other and having that longer impact to traffic. Thank you. Absolutely.
Excuse me?
Mr. McVeigh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stern. Can you talk a little bit more? I'm not totally clear, and I'm betting our audience isn't either. How are you proposing to detour traffic if you're not doing the shoe fly method? Where is traffic being detoured to?
yeah, I have a slide where I'll get to that. Here in
Okay.
just slides. Yep.
Sorry to jump the gun, but
No worries.
seemed like it was a point of discussion.
Yes. Yep. I will get there.
Okay.
Here, 2 slides. Yeah, so you know, building a bypass road was considered, but it would require a lot of impacts in sensitive stream and riparian areas. It increases impacts to nearby properties. I think we only have about 50 feet of right of way there, so it's not a lot of room to work with before we're impacting other people's property. And then, like I said, building a temporary road just adds duration on the front and the back end to both build the temporary work and then rip it out and restore it at the end. So we've successfully used short duration, high impact closures on similar fish passage projects all over the state now. But in particular, we used the same detour that I'm about to show you in 2016. If you were around here, we detoured Bond Road for another Dogfish Creek project, closer to Big Valley Road back in 2016. So a shorter construction duration results in less overall traffic disruption, and it also reduces costs to taxpayers.
Yeah, so just to talk a little bit about the work that we're going to be doing, we are restricted as to when we can do work in the stream, and as you can see from the picture on the lower left-hand side of the screen, I'm assuming that's the same orientation. The whole road and stream goes away, so we really can't get into replacing those structures until after we're into the fish window or in-water work window. And that starts at these structures on July 1st. And, we have to be out of that work area by October 1st. So we'll, ahead of that July timeframe, we'll have some preparation work to do as far as, getting a stream diversion set up, getting dewatering stuff taken care of, also getting vegetation outside of the roadway out of the way before we close the road, so that we're really focused on just getting the structure in and getting the roadway restored in that 30 days and not having other components of the project that we can do under lane closures or outside the roadway completed. So, in that July through October timeframe, again, we haven't selected like a start date and the finish date will be 30 days after that. We'll work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during that closure timeframe to get the structure installed and the roadway restored. And once the roadway is restored, we'll do the stream channel restoration work, habitat feature construction, and landscaping.
So this slide shows our detour concept where we use state highway routes.
We have a question from Mr. Eckert.
So this slide shows our detour where we use state routes as the signed vehicle detour route up and around Port Gamble using State Route 3 and State Route 104. However, we're here today seeking the city's concurrence to use Lincoln Road as the bicycle detour. We also fully understand that even though we may sign the detour to be the state highways, people are going to take alternate routes. And when we did this same detour in 2016, we noticed that a lot of people decided to go through town on 305 onto Lincoln, Stottlemyre, Gunderson, and then get back on. So we're prepared for that. Full road closure, like I mentioned, is expected to last less than 30 days. Work is going to occur at both sites concurrently, day and night, until we're done. The closure limits will extend a few hundred feet beyond each milepost there to provide space for equipment and material staging. So in total, maybe, 1,000 to 1,500 feet of State Route 307 will be closed, but the rest of the corridor is going to remain open to local traffic and businesses. We're going to have signs at either end, letting people know at both ends of the closure that the businesses are open. After the road reopens, there may be some alternating one-way traffic control needed to finish site cleanup and planting. So in total, we expect that this detour will add somewhere between 11 and 25 minutes of travel time. We acknowledge it could be more depending what snarls up traffic. You never know what could happen. A Hood Canal bridge closure. That was something we experienced last time as well. And unfortunately, we just always don't have notice when those are going to happen. If the Navy wants to move submarine through, they're gonna give us the heads up and they're gonna do it.
Yeah, so my first question is, you addressed it, but you said the plan is to go north, but the reality is people go where they want. And you said you were ready for that, but if you could explain how. Because like you said, people are gonna go where they want. And I was just checking, the north segment of Knoll will be done by then. So we don't just have those roads, we have our own new traffic pattern that will be just establishing at that time, that we don't know the consequences of yet, that has the potential to encourage people to already try to go that direction, which was not what it's for, but
Yeah.
sailors, water, and traffic, they go where the, pass the least resistance. So what is your plan to try to get people to go where they're supposed to versus where they want to?
Well, yeah, so we're gonna go hard with our outreach and encourage people to use the sign detour route. We'll have PCMS boards, signs notifying people where the official detour route is. If people do plan to divert, something I don't know that we were prepared for in 2016 was all the diversion through town. We did see backups, and so we were on the fly making adjustments to signal timing. So we know to expect that now, and I think that's something Sarah's shop takes care of for us. The signal shop works for you, so
Yeah, we have worked with Diane and her team previously to get updated signal controller, and all the signal tools that can be more adaptive and have that communication back into our shop, so we don't have to be out in the field at the controller box making the changes in the field, so we can be more responsive quickly. So it's been a good partnership with the city in the past to get here, so we are more prepared.
Okay, and then another question, which is not this project, but it's sort of an inverse of this. Looking at the Gamble 6, 4 of those, it looks like, or 5 of those are on 3 up by Hood. I imagine the detour route for those projects is going to be Bond. Because if those are closed, it's going to be the inverse of that, diverting that traffic around 104 down 307 and into our intersection that's already a problem. Sarah's heard my thoughts on Bond Road and concerns about this intersection in a meeting before, more than one meeting actually. So just we're going to put that out early. If that road's going to close and we're going to detour the other direction now, we're going to take what we're worried about now. When that project happens, we're going to flip it and we're going to be worried about it again, because our study was 35 to 40,000 cars a day go through Bond at 305. If they can't go up 104 and get around, like if they're getting routed around there, I could easily see that number going much higher when that project hits. And I don't know what the timing or the planning or the detour at all for that is. So, lessons learned from this one, please apply them to that one, because none of these are big roads. I mean, certainly not anything past Poulsbo, and any of this is big, but there's a lot of cars that use it.
Yeah, and one fortunate part about this project is, that it's all coordinated, so we're not ever going to try and do work at both places at the same time and cause further congestion. So we're certainly coordinating that, and certainly hear you on evaluating traffic, no matter what the detour routes are or whatever we're doing. So that's all part of the plan.
Yeah, just once people learn an alternate route because of one of these projects, it becomes their normal route, whether it's meant to be a commuter route or arterial or convenient for the people who live there. It just becomes their route.
Councilwoman Crowe.
Thank you. So it sounds like from a previous project, you learned some of the challenges, and I'm assuming that you're taking into consideration events that we have. I appreciate that this is starting after FIFA. Regarding there it goes. You guys are on it. I'm going to stop talking, and to hear about the control, the signal box, literally, sometimes somebody would have to be there. That just makes me want to cry for you. But anyways, go ahead and continue. You know what I'm getting to.
Yeah, so just to speak generally about the other three bundles, the Port Gamble 8, Central Valley, those are going to happen in subsequent years and they wouldn't conflict with this work. Yeah, we would never propose a detour route that would be in conflict with each other. So yeah, and we haven't determined whether those sites will be detours or not for the Port Gamble bundle yet. but
Yeah, I didn't think you'd do it at the same time. It's just,
Yeah.
it's the same sequence of roads.
Yeah,
It's just, this one's closed, we're sending them that way, then we close this one and send them that way. So it's kind of the same project. It's just,
yeah.
Bond. My fear is, and maybe you can allay it to a degree, Lincoln looks like the path of least resistance. It's more narrow than Bond with twice to three many times driveways. If that becomes the path of least resistance, how do we prepare folks, alert folks? Because that's going to be heavy congestion. So I'm speaking specifically of Lincoln as an unintended detour.
Yeah, any ideas on that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think, yeah, we can only control what we can control, right? Like people are gonna choose and there's no authority for WashDOT, or I don't think there's an authority to prohibit people from traveling on a public roadway. So there's just a natural challenge with any kind of detour enclosure. I think having the signing that Kyler talked about, having that robust reminder and the PCMSs and having a very short closure window, I think is also really helpful. This is a pain point, but we've tightened it down, I think, as good as we can. And so from that perspective, like, okay, if I know that I'm going to experience this as it's just a citizen of the city or the county, I can tolerate this. It's a short window. It's, a few weeks and then I'm back and all right, I'm back in my system again. So
Is there a budget to identify the mailing addresses along the Lincoln route and drop them a note? Do you have any capacity to do that so that they're forewarned?
Yeah, I can look into that. I mean, we have done something like that. I'll talk about our outreach where we did send out mailers to, I'm trying to remember the area we casted. I think it was really anybody that's going to be affected by this detour. We sent it out there, try to get people to come to our open house.
or even temporary speed signs too. There's one sign on Lincoln now that's a radar speed sign that's fairly far up Lincoln, but I mean, that's a pretty slow road.
Mhm.
And if you start, cars that aren't used to it start shooting down it, they're gonna be speeding. It's gonna turn into a.
And again, Lincoln has many more residences off it with those driveways than Bond. And so that would be my fear for Lincoln. And it's a pretty well-known, sub-arterial as it is. So if some consideration could be made and people are forewarned, then they're forearmed rather than up in arms.
Well, one other thing that's been danced around, one of the benefits of you guys being party to the detour through the bike detour agreement is you get to weigh in on our detour plan. So if there's some additional signage that's needed for speed signs, that's something that can be incorporated. Whereas if you're not party to it by not being, allowing the bike detour, there isn't that opportunity. So being a party to that detour really brings you as part of the team, and we can, work with you as far as specific things that, may or may not need to be incorporated on that road.
Do you intend to sign the bike detour?
Yes.
How many bikes do we have on Bond Road?
I think they're probably pretty few, but they are a legal mode, so we have to provide a reasonable accommodation for them, and having bikes go up and
I
around.
guess my only concern is you just say detour.
It'll be specific to bikes. We'll have a bike.
Okay, but my car can drive on that bike detour.
Right.
So now you're giving me signs on how to get through, even.
But
if
the bike detour signs are small, so they don't, like when you're driving down the road, they're not visible.
So let me go back.
Yeah.
It's required we have to do this. this
There are
bike detour
legal
sign.
that need to be detoured. The option would be up and around like a vehicle, but from a bicyclist perspective, that's a
But we
very
have to sign.
challenging-
We have to sign.
Mhm.
Yeah, I share Doug's concern because essentially once you put a sign and point it, regardless of what mode you're saying use it, those that don't know that route exists already, now you've highlighted it. And I'm not worried about the bikes going through. We've had one speed related fatality on Lincoln in recent time already. It's only a 25-mile road and we had a fatality because of somebody going 3 times that, I believe. So, people don't drive slow enough on that road now when it's not an arterial. And like I said, and Knoll is going to be open. Right now, Knoll does not go through, but Knoll will be open. Luckily, this is outside school time. So, but it would take it past the elementary school. We still have Strawberry Field, which is lots of sporting events that time of year. Like all that's in this area. And so it's just, again, people figure it out. And whether it says bike or it says car, people are gonna, that day they're frustrated after going up and around a couple times and they go, let me see where this goes. Now that's the route. And so it's just, the faster the better, I guess, is probably the biggest thing. Because the quicker it's opened back up, the better, but it's gonna be rough because there's a lot of traffic through there. And they're gonna have to go somewhere. And that way, I've driven every one of these. That's not convenient for anybody. And people, when they're coming home from work in Seattle, they're not gonna want to go that way. So they're gonna find another way. It could be Big Valley, it could be up over Sawdust Hill, it could be down through, but they're not, the majority are not gonna take that route.
Which, I mean, if they're coming from Seattle, they might take a different boat across and come from the south to avoid it too.
Well, there's a lot that go, like, we were in that.
I get it. I'm
Yeah,
just
there's a
saying
lot that go up that get in that low fall area
Mhm.
or even head across Hood Canal that come from Kingston.
Mhm.
Now, maybe they'll take 104 because they're headed across the Hood Canal Bridge, but
Mhm.
everybody that's below Hood
Mr. Mayor.
that lives in there's a lot.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion? If we can allow our presenters to get through the entire presentation, knowing that we have a lot of other agenda items this evening, that would be great.
Mr. Tabor, you've been patient though. You're good.
Okay. All right, so we're our goal here is to coordinate early and often. We know there's a number of community partners here that we need to make contact with, and we have contacted many of them already. So we know we need to be in coordination with the county, transit, schools, emergency responders, recreation groups, and of course, the city of Poulsbo. We know that closures affect daily life, commerce, community events, so transparent communication with everybody is a core part of our approach. And that's why we're here, a year and a half ahead of construction. We do know community events are important to the area, so we have gathered a list of events with the help of the folks at the Public Works Department. This may not be all inclusive, but it's what we're aware of at the moment. And these are really just for awareness. These are the sites on State Route 308. So real quickly, these two sites are just to the west of Viking Ave, Silverdale Way. We have a detour agreement with Kitsap County. One of these sites I'll note is 120-day duration. Both of the sites, similarly to the Bond Road, they're going to close concurrently. We're working day and night. And then we move over to the other side of Viking, Silverdale Way. Again, another 120-day duration closure through some county roads, working day and night until we get that done. The reason these are much longer is they're substantial excavations on the order of 70 feet. It's about 120,000 yards of excavation at each site. They're very big digs. So our communication philosophy is no surprises, accountable and transparent, engage early and often. Again, that's why we're here today. We have started this outreach. We hosted an online open house May through June of last year. We did an in-person open house at North Kitsap High School in June. We followed that up with an in-person open house for the 308 detours at Hilder Pearson Elementary a few days later. Our outreach goal is awareness. We know the number of projects and locations. It's going to be rough on folks. And we know the delays and closures are frustrating. We have folks that live up in the area and drive these roads too. But our goal is to ensure everyone's aware of what's coming so they can plan and make the best travel decisions for themselves. My comms folks would not let me leave here without highlighting our washout website, where we have a real-time map with travel conditions. We also have an app where you can get similar information, and then you can sign up for email updates on our website as well.
We appreciate you coming here. We have a large audience that watches this, so it does help get the word out. We have some of our first responders in the audience, including the Fire Chief District 18. So a lot of folks heard it, and we understand you're the messenger, and we're not shooting you. So we appreciate your patience very much. Any other last comment before we move on? Mr. Raines.
Yeah, I just wanted to add before we wrap things up that the engineering department has been working really closely with these guys for quite some time and trying to coordinate and really push them to try to streamline the construction process. And they've done a great job of responding and hearing the concerns exactly like Mr. Eckert expressed tonight. And so some of those discussions did occur as far as like people detouring. We talked about doing some emphasis patrols. If we do start to see that, we would work closely with Sarah and others on the team if we do start to see that and come up with some other strategies of how we can maybe do some traffic calming or additional patrols on the project as well. So
that's it. We're all in it together. Thank you very much for your, Mr. Newell.
No, I just go back to one of the opening slide. It said they're asking for choice of words, concurrence to detour bikes through our city. What does that look like? How do we have to provide concurrence?
So we will be coming back next month with that agreement. We have it under review with our attorney right now.
Okay, that answers that question. Mr. Mayor, it might be warranted to think about how do we do outreach to our bicycle friends. I don't think Bond Road's a big traveler. I think people come down Port Gamble Road and through the city today because there's a lot easier paths. I think they go Stottlemyre and Sawdust Hill over to Big Valley because it's less trafficked. Just concerned about signage that says detour through our city. Just don't know what that looks like. I'm looking back over to Diane and Josh from the standpoint, what are our options? I don't want to say we don't welcome bicycles. That's not what I'm saying. We absolutely would prefer to have bikes over cars any day in this area. It helps, but I guess just from when you bring it back, just be prepared. Let's have a further discussion in that space. Thank you.
Mr. Newell's right about the side roads. I ride bicycle. You cannot virtually ride a bicycle on Bond Road. Those cars are whizzing by at 50 to 60 with a shoulder that's this big. And I've tried it and felt like I was a daredevil, and I didn't intend that. So it's those side routes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2027 is outside this budget cycle, but I would say we should probably already be thinking additional overtime for chief, because that month we already know he's going to have to put more officers on the internal route in the city, because it may say bike, but it's going to be cars, and we know what those roads look like, and he's going to have to dedicate, at least in the beginning, till it calms down. He's going to have to dedicate folks up there. And that's going to mean more officer time, because we can't have somebody sitting there.
The sheriff, which is dealing with budget cutbacks. So,
well, no, this would be inside the city limits. I'm thinking from the roundabout through to 305. And that's not, we can't take our limited on normal patrol and have them sitting there all day.
Okay.
So we need to be thinking overtime.
All right. Well, we thank you very much. Might you come back and visit us between now and execution and give us an update, and any other feedback? You'd be most welcome. Thank you. I'll note for the council, there's 7 other items of which 6 are pretty hefty. And I note it is 7:30 and we're going to work our way through the agenda. So that's just a context for our next discussion, a series of discussions. We're going to move on to item 10B, Poulsbo Coffee Oasis, Poulsbo rent increase update, and Kim will lead us on that. Kim Hendrickson.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to present an agenda item that's already been discussed at a couple of junctures in tonight's meeting, the necessity of increasing rents at Coffee Oasis. Presenting with me tonight is Bryce Clark, who's the Executive Director of Coffee Oasis. I'm so glad you could join us tonight, Bryce. I'm going to give a quick presentation of a little bit of background, the issue that we're facing, and then really, I think, hearing directly from Bryce about the impacts of the rental increase and some of the services that he's providing will be most helpful to the council. So without further ado, just a reminder that Coffee Oasis has been a part of the Poulsbo community for many years now. This is a newspaper article from, oh, I've hidden the date. Is it 2012? Thank you. There it is. Coffee Oasis opened up a coffee shop and youth center at 780 North Iverson in 2012 with the heavy support of the Rotary Club in a former Public Works Administration building with the fishing that the mayor mentioned earlier in the meeting. When Coffee Oasis first moved into this location, the rent was $400 a month. In the intervening years, the rent has increased to $835 a month. More on that in a moment. For anyone that's not familiar with what Coffee Oasis does and their youth services center here in Poulsbo, they provide a number of services that benefit Poulsbo residents. The coffee shop has a drop-in center. They also have a robust outreach capacity. Within the center itself, there's mentorship and case management. Values of self-sufficiency and well-being are communicated to the youth that use the center. Help in crisis is provided by a crisis navigator, and youth are able to get valuable job experience by working in the coffee shop. Approximately 170 youth used the Poulsbo facility in 2025. And in some really excellent recent news, Coffee Oasis now has a presence in the North Kitsap School District. They're in the high school on a weekly basis, and I hope that's something that Bryce has the chance to talk about later in the presentation. Here's the issue. We have a city obligation to ratepayers to charge market rate rent because the Poulsbo Oasis building is located as part of the water utility. We have an obligation to the ratepayers to be charging a fair rent, and at $835, we are charging dramatically under what market rate is for that property. We did a little bit of research both in H3 and in the finance department, and the estimate market value for that property is around $13 or $35 per square foot, depending how you price it out. On the very low end, on that $13 end for square foot, we estimate market rate at between $3,000 and $3,500 a month, which again, compared to that current $835 rent, is a pretty significant over $2,000 rental increase. Yes, Mayor.
I've given this some thought, and I've been belaboring this, or I would have discussed it with Mr. Gelder earlier. When we establish the market value, it's the improved value of the property that makes the comp work. And that property was only improved through community volunteer labor. You mentioned heavy Rotary input.
Yeah.
That's an understatement. I was there. Roof down to the floor, to the counters, you name it. So when the community contributed to the comparable value to determine the commensurate rate,
Yep.
Is that not already an impact of community benefit, and how do we offset that? Debbie, you get my drift.
Yes, you made the improvements, but this is commercial rent and it doesn't, the building was already existing there. It was already had a kitchen, offices, things. So they made the improvements to make it a commercial kitchen. So, but that really is, if you want to include that, that probably brings up the market value of the rent. This is just looking at office spaces comparable in that manner.
I would say again, in making these market rate calculations, we definitely calculated on the very low end of square foot prices. Would be happy to take further guidance from Debbie about where we could find other ways to price this out. But at the lowest end, we're still looking at an over $2,000 rental increase. So coming to council tonight with no answers at all, but only to pose the problem and ask some questions. We have an option to simply increase the rent to market price. Perhaps we could increase it over several years to reduce some of the sticker shock for such a dramatic increase. Another option that council has is to increase the rent to market price. Again, that's our obligation to the ratepayer, but we have the alternative of adding some city funds to subsidize a portion of those rental costs. I would say the general fund might be the natural place to look. I have thought a bit about whether our local housing tax dollars could be used to supplement Coffee Oasis, and in its current function, I don't think it could. So
What about mental health tax?
yeah,
Okay, let's take this in order. I don't mean to cut you off, Rick, but Mr. Newell, then Mr. Tabor, then Mr. Eckert, and feel free to respond as they're going along, Kim.
we'll
and
do.
Bryce.
Let me come back to that because it's a good question.
Newell.
Please.
Are you ready?
I could finish the deck because I only have one more slide. Yeah. So considerations for council, and then really I think hearing from Bryce might be very useful. What is the public benefit of Coffee Oasis's Poulsbo location? How much of a rent increase can Coffee Oasis afford? Are there sources of funding outside of the general fund to supplement the rent? We'll get back to that shortly. What are the ramifications for taxpayers and ratepayers if Coffee Oasis vacates and no rent is collected? And finally, as has been mentioned tonight, there are long-term plans for the site that might impact operations in the years to come. So that's the end of the presentation. Thank
Mr.
you.
Newell, then followed by Mr. Tabor, then Mr. Eckert.
So I would suggest we look at two different paths or threads for this opportunity or challenge. One is we do have quite a bit of commercial property for rent in that area. And so it's nowhere near $35 a square foot. $12 might be generous in that area because of the amount of vacancies. And so the other piece to think about in the valuation of that is that typically in a commercial lease, you would want a 5-year lease with a 5-year option. We're not prepared to give anything other than short duration lease because of our future planning and the unstable. So from the standpoint of competitive marketplace, if we're out actually competing, to me, that decreases the value because we are not prepared to give anybody a 10-year lease. The other thread that I would explore would be the fact that, and I'm in your building quite a bit, Bryce, and you and I've had discussions on other places, is the fact that a chunk of the building is used absolutely for making coffee and other things. But a big chunk of the building is effectively could be considered public meeting rooms. The area that's for the teens is effectively a public meeting room. It's not necessarily a commercial activity. And I could be, you know, one of the places that I meet quite a bit is your one of your rooms that's just full of tables. And if we considered those as public meeting rooms and Coffee Oasis is acting as our agent to open the door and keep them clean, that may decrease the square footage to what realistically is necessary for a coffee footprint. Nobody has a 2,800 square foot coffee house. It's 2,800 square foot because that's the size of the building that they've inherited sitting on. So I know we have to comply. I'm looking at you, Deb. I know we have to comply with the law, but look at it from a practical standpoint of what's going on there and what's the public benefit. So that's my two thoughts, Mayor, is that real problem. We need to comply with the law. but let's be realistic about what's actually happening in that building. Thank you.
So I do need to clarify because the biggest issue here is the water ratepayers own that building. So the government definitely can show a use for the building and we can show a use coming back to the citizens, but that means the government funds have to pay the utilities for the market value of what that building would be. Now, I do understand your discussion of lowering that market value, but when you're saying rent out the rooms for government purposes, it is a government purpose and we need to pay the water fund for that service.
Mr. Tabor.
And I'm sorry, just let me finish on that standpoint is, I hear what you're saying. The building could be vacant and we could be getting $0 for those 2 accessory rooms. So I get it. It's the true value to be able to go out and rent that thing for $3,500 a month is it's not practical. So anyway.
Mr. Tabor.
Thank you.
So in addition to those options, reducing or maintaining the low rent or bringing the rent to market, could we enter into a service contract with our own coffee shop and then so the rent goes to market rate or just below, and then we enter into a service contract where we pay back if they're providing certain services that the public needs.
Okay, to provide a little history.
Yeah.
The building is owned by the Water Services. And when Coffee Oasis was paying $400 and whatever they're paying now, we valued the market rate much less because we evaluated it years ago. The government funds, which we are using a restricted revenue coming in for police services, it's criminal justice tax and it can be used for innovative law, children at risk, or I believe domestic violence. That revenue stream is not strong enough to continue to support at this market rate. So the government already has been supplementing the rates because we know, or we've justified that this business is providing a benefit to the citizens, and in that amount we've been supplementing. The problem is we are nowhere close to what we consider market rate, and whether we can look at that or not is a difference. But we, as a government funds, have to find the source in order to supplement and then also guarantee that this is a benefit to the citizens. And so that's where we're looking at. So we can enter into any agreements. We just have to justify to the ratepayers that they're getting compensated for their building.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're at. And can we lower that market rate and lower that amount? That's a different question. We have to just kind of evaluate. And I would almost reach out to the city attorney at that point to find out where we're legally, and possibly the state auditor, because we just are trying to stay compliant.
I think that's would be my recommendation.
And just to clarify, the auditor in the past has asked if we've reevaluated the market value for that building. And so now that we're renewing an agreement, we need to look at that.
The microphone.
If I may, one of the reasons I wanted Bryce to be a part of this discussion tonight, we can probably find a compromise price that's lower than $3,000, but I think it's important to hear from Bryce. With your current coffee revenue, how much can you afford to stay in the Poulsbo Coffee Oasis?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Kim, thank you for inviting me out to be a part of the meeting here tonight. As you know, the Coffee Oasis, first and foremost, is a nonprofit that works with homeless and at-risk teens across Kitsap and Pierce County. The coffee shop is kind of an auxiliary piece of what we do that really functions as a job training site alongside of all the youth services that we offer. And so to that, as far as what we can afford rent on the building, right now, what we're looking at based off of, the donations and then the coffee shop revenue is probably somewhere in the realm of like $1,000, $1,200 a month is kind of where we're in a sustainable operating space. I would say that every dollar that we do save on the building does go back into running our youth programs. And recently we've hired a crisis navigator for Poulsbo specifically that will be able to reach out to some of the most vulnerable youth here in Poulsbo. They're going to be able to offer alcohol and drug support groups for minors in the city of Poulsbo, which I believe will be the only group of its kind for minors in Poulsbo. Right now, the only other group that I'm personally aware of is the group that meets in our Bremerton location. And it's not really practical to ask a 14, 15, 16-year-old who needs support to come to Bremerton to meet with that group. And so obviously it's been great working with the city of Poulsbo. I'm new in the executive director role for just about a year, so I'm really getting up to speed with all the ins and outs of all of the relationships that we have in the different cities that we work. And it's been really great to work with the city of Poulsbo, with Kim, with Rob, and with Ed. We just had a chance to meet last week, and so I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Eckert.
Mayor, I have a question when you can.
I'll put you in the queue. Sorry, I didn't see your hand raised earlier.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That was going to be one of my questions, was the how much, and understanding that, yes, every dollar that goes to rent doesn't go to programs. I like what you said, Doug, if we can adjust the numbers downward, that helps across the board. If we stick with just the lowest end estimate of our current numbers, my math was it's basically about 25,000, maybe 26,000 for the year of rent. I certainly would feel, and obviously we need legal weigh in, but this feels to me like it comes out to it. This is a health services support, mental health sales tax should be able to support it versus general fund. And so if that's something that we can legally do, $25,000 out of that sales tax, which I don't know how much of, we haven't really, we've obligated more the housing side, not so much the mental health side, but it feels to me like that's a worthy investment. So even if we bring the rent up to what Coffee Oasis can sustain, a modest increase with the understanding that we have to keep rates, and then we subsidize out of the mental health taxes. It seems to me the benefit outweighs, or certainly worth that spending. We do need to figure out future plans for the building because of the area, like I brought up before. And like Doug said, we can't offer a 10-year lease because we just don't know what we're doing. And I don't know how long that building is sustainable. Did we just have to do the roof? Or we've talked about the roof. So it might be that this is the short-term fix, and there might be a better location for Coffee Oasis in the mid to longer future that is better for you and better for the city. I don't know, but I would suggest that we find a short-term solution, and maybe we think about maybe a better place in the longer term.
Mr.
Councilmember,
Fitzpatrick and then Mr. McVeigh.
Yeah, here's the rub. Council has authorized up to 40% of our local affordable housing sales tax to be used for behavioral health services. Every penny of that 40% has already been budgeted to our work at the Recovery Center and the Recovery Cafe for 2026. You certainly have the opportunity in 2027 to take some of those funds away from that purpose to apply to Coffee Oasis. And that's a really important conversation, but you don't have that ability in 2026, and we need to raise the rents now. However, there is a way to operate Coffee Oasis in Poulsbo that may make it eligible for the other 60% of the local affordable housing tax funds. That it's probably a longer conversation that council isn't ready to do tonight, but there is an interest with Coffee Oasis to serve as a youth shelter. And if youth were being sheltered in Poulsbo, it would then qualify for that 60% housing portion of our local tax. Something to think about.
I absolutely trust the power of Kim to get creative and figure that out.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, then Mr. McVeigh.
This is a question for Kim or Debbie. I'm still playing catch up here, so I'm trying to understand how we got into this situation. So Is it that there is a new state law that we're complying with, or is it that there was an old state law and we just never updated the market rate until now and we went whoopsie? Which one is it?
I would agree. We signed into an agreement where we elevated the rent systematically, and just quite frankly, if you've seen the market in the last few years grow for rent and market rent for commercial space, so we're just behind.
So if it's
It's always been a current law, sorry, yeah.
if it's a city obligation, I mean, was there a penalty? Were we in the wrong, or is this just the honor system?
It can be noted, I mean,
Audit finding.
yeah, ultimately the auditor can highlight it for us and put it in a recommendation or funding. The reality is if you had a ratepayer object to not getting fair market rent, they could, but it's pretty minimal what we're talking about. We're just trying to catch up now because the time for the agreement is to renew is now. And so we're trying to get compliant with the increased rates. And I do think the rates can be evaluated based on, if there's vacancy. I just would like to ask some of the experts before I say absolutely.
Great. Mr. McVeigh, thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a legal question. I don't think has come up yet. I value the work that Coffee Oasis does. But what I know of Coffee Oasis, what I've read on their website, what I've seen in their fundraising materials, etc., is they are a Christian-based nonprofit. I'm wondering if we have any legal challenges to one of Kim's options she presented, having the city subsidize the rent through the general fund. I'm wondering if that's legal to do, would be one question. And then secondly, I know the organization's been quite effective raising money for other purposes when they've needed to. And I'm wondering if we could, I'd be more inclined to support finding a way to provide additional city support if I knew Coffee Oasis was putting some effort behind a fundraising campaign for this purpose.
So can I interrupt here? All good points. I'm going to turn to Mr. Gelder. We have the retreat on January the 24th. We have a number of agenda items to get through. You and I discussed we're not going to get through them all. We're going to need a second, possibly a third, depending upon the level of thoughtful discussion. Is there enough capacity on the 24th to work this in on where we are now? And Debbie, what's the time frame to make a decision?
We don't have it.
So the agenda is being compiled this Friday, so we'll be working on that. We can try to carve out some time specifically for this. Having another week and a half might give us an opportunity to run some of the trap lines with legal counsel, et cetera, just to understand those parameters. The fact is that we're basically without a current rental agreement. And so we do need to address this as soon as possible. To get back to Councilmember Fitzpatrick's question in part, the agreements to previously, historically, have had this just a set inflator from one year to the next, which has not kept up with market. That's how, in many ways, that was just continued forward with each of the renewals, because we just renewed basically the duration of the contract, not necessarily the term. So it never got caught up. And so this is an opportunity to try to make sure that we are compliant on all those fronts.
Debbie, were you intending to be there at the retreat, or do you have a conflict of schedule?
No, I'm planning to be there.
So it'd be my hearty recommendation to pause where Mr. McVeigh left it. And unless Bryce has more input for us, and he can certainly come to the retreat if he wishes, but I believe we have a good portion of the variables on the table. It does give us a week and a half for staff and us to kind of really run the trap lines, as Mr. Gelder said, and then take it up at the retreat on the 24th. I don't think that delay would constitute a material impact on the decision or the new lease.
Could we address it on the 4th? Is that too far away?
Yeah, right now we're just existing with the current lease
Yeah, current terms, we're just continuing with that at this point in time. And to note that, I mean, I was not here at the time in 2012 when this agreement was originally reached, but there's not been any substantive changes to state statute that really changes the color of the nonprofit in any ways. It's really about the ability to subsidize as the mission and the benefit to the community, not the corporate structure of the entity that we're partnering with.
I would recommend, rather than make the retreat into a meeting in which we vote, we add it to the 4th, because the only thing we have on the 4th
We can't
really is
take
the
any
affordability.
action in the retreat
Right, so
format.
rather, if we only really have the next affordable housing workshop.
Council member, if I may, my recommendation to council was to put this on the February 11th business agenda to give Heather adequate time on the 4th to do her affordable housing.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying, but not the retreat. I just don't, I don't want to add this to the retreat.
I think Bryce would like to just say one final word in response to Council Member McVeigh. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kim. Actually, a couple responses. First is that as far as it goes with the housing of the Coffee Oasis, the 5-second pitch here is that there's over 5,000 youth right now in the state of Washington who are considered unaccompanied minors, and there's less than 100 beds in the entire state of Washington that can take those minors. And the Coffee Oasis is committed to providing 50 beds in the state by the end of 2029, and having beds in Poulsbo is part of our plan to grow. We are looking at having to find a location to obviously house that's not really tenable in the building that we're currently in. And as far as the services to the youth goes, the Coffee Oasis has served all youth, regardless of any religious stance or any other socio-political economic factors that surround a youth. And those are done in conjunction with state licensors and best practices in the state of Washington, working with different organizations to make sure that the services that we're offering are best for the youth without regard to any factors besides the fact that they're between the ages of 13 and 25.
So push it to the 11th.
Mr. Gelder, you think that's reasonable?
Okay. And I'll just say, I don't know what the current numbers are, but I know from my time on the school board, the North Kitsap High School, homeless student numbers were not 0. So his point, we got kids here that need it.
Thank you, Bryce. Thank you, Kim. We're going to move on to item 10C on the workshop agenda, which is fire impact fees. We have Fire Chief Jim Gillard here. And Mr. Gelder, you're joining him? No.
Thank you. I'm going to start. I'm going to be brief so we can get through this. Here to formally start the conversation that I've been looking forward to having for quite a while on fire impact fees. Here to formally request on behalf of my Board of Fire Commissioners the implementation of fire impact fees within the city of Poulsbo. Fire impact fees, we haven't heard a lot about them in Kitsap County, but they're authorized under the same RCW, same WACs, and the Growth Management Act, identical to park and traffic fees that are currently in place in the city of Poulsbo and school fees that used to be in place in the city of Poulsbo. Implementing these, it is a big deal. I don't take it lightly. It would require new ordinances and updates to the city code and require interlocal agreements between the fire department and the city of Poulsbo. And just to clarify for everyone, we have a little bit of an identity crisis, the Poulsbo Fire Department. We are Kitsap County Fire Escape Team. We serve the city of Poulsbo and the unincorporated area outside of the city. So while we play very well with the city, we are two very separate organizations. And I'm here because of growth. I'm not going to go into these numbers. Nicole did a great job last week talking about the massive amount of growth that's going on in our city. No one here needs to be told about the growth. But this growth is having a huge impact on the fire department, not just the 5,000 plus new residents we're going to see, the 4,000 new jobs. It is fundamentally changing the town that we live in. And while there's a lot of feels out there about growth management and the amount of density coming to our city, it does allow us to plan for that. We know this growth is coming. We've seen the impacts of it. And with the fire department, we're seeing the impacts of growth. As the population has increased, as the density of our town has increased, our emergency call response volume is going up. It doesn't go up on a constant basis every year, but we're seeing at least a 3.4% increase in emergency calls every year. And that's despite some massive efforts we've been making along with the city of Poulsbo to reduce risk in our community through our deputy fire marshal and fire code enforcement and our CARES team doing EMS prevention. We have been trying to keep those emergency responses down as best we can. We've put a ton of emphasis in that. And despite those efforts, we're still seeing an increase in call volume. To maintain our service levels, we have to increase our capacity in emergency response. That's additional firefighters, that's additional resources out in the field running those calls. And in order to support those firefighters, they need capital facilities, which are both fire apparatus, medic units, and fire stations, not only new fire stations, additional fire stations to support that capacity. We absolutely need those facilities to maintain our service levels. And those facilities are staggering in cost. The new fire station that we built was just a touch over. I'm trying to get it right under 8 million. Our neighbors are seeing similar sized fire stations at 10, 11, 12 million dollars for a new fire station. Fire engines, to add another unit into the mix, fire engines run just under $1 million. Ladder truck. We just are purchasing, about to take delivery of a new ladder truck that we purchased directly because the city increased the height limit in the city. Great planning. The fact that we're taking delivery of it while active is being built, our first taller building that requires a ladder truck, is amazing planning between the department and the city staff. But we still had to foot the bill for a $1.6 million ladder truck. Now, increased development should increase the value of our community. That should mean more property taxes to fund the fire department. And as long as they aren't exempt, as long as they are paying taxes, we do see generally some increased revenue. But that increased revenue goes solely to support the additional firefighters, their training, their personal protective equipment to support the ongoing operations. The new revenue we see from that growth doesn't come close to providing the funding for these capital investments that we have to make that are directly related to growth. And that's why I'm here, is to talk about who's going to fund those growth-related capital investments. Now, impact fees are not intended, from how we're proposing them, to increase costs to our community. These are already capital investments we have to make in order to keep pace with the growth. The question is, who's footing the bill for that growth-related capital? Currently, we're in the situation where our current taxpayers are funding the entire bill for these growth-related capital investments. We see the situation, and just a couple photos, because I don't really need the photos up here because you see it every day. We're having to build a new fire station, put it into place because of these huge new housing developments. We're buying a new ladder truck because of these large apartment buildings. And that very modest home up there, happens to be one for sale because they don't want to pick on any of our current residents. That's who's footing the bill for it. We're putting the entire cost of those capital investments on our current taxpayers. Impact fees were specifically designed to ensure that development funded the growth-related capital investments that growth is causing. And that's the intent of impact fees, is that growth pays for growth. Now, impact fees for the fire department feel a little new in Kitsap County. They're implemented in several cities, counties across Washington State. It's just new to us. It isn't new across the rest of the area. I have drafted a rate structure. The intent when we start drafting this was to do this very modestly because we are very mindful of the impact this has on new construction. Worked very closely with Kitsap Builders Association in developing these, being respectful of the impact this would have on residential home builders. This is a draft rate schedule showing how modest we're talking about in comparison to other impact fees that are in place locally and fire impact fees in other jurisdictions. The actual rate structure would be a continued effort working with community development staff to make sure that they approve of our actual rate structure and our rate study. And ultimately, that rate structure comes back to City Council. They would ultimately have authority to approve that rate structure. And while the state has published guidance on how this is developed, there is a lot of discretion in how it's applied. What is multifamily? What is single family? Where does an ADU or a townhouse fall into that? Because I know some of those issues are very important to the city that we are mindful and not trying to inhibit the growth that the city's trying to promote. My last slide. These were designed to be minimal impact to new construction. It does include proportionality, as in we directly link the type of construction to the actual impact it has on our emergency response call volume. It includes the proportionality for size of homes, size of apartments, and size of commercial buildings. And we've specifically, as required by law, but we specifically address ADUs as having a very minimal impact fee. And we've exempted all low-income housing because I know that is a huge concern to the city and to us is providing for low-income housing. So it's specifically exempted from this. And we've done that because we want to support what the city is trying to do, and we're respectful of that. But what I'm coming to you, the ask for this, is that while we're trying to promote new construction in our community, we can't put the burden of that new construction all on our existing taxpayers. What we're really after here is we're trying to take that reliance on our current taxpayers to foot that whole bill and shift it back where it belongs to the development that's causing it. And with that, I appreciate your time in listening to this, but I wanted to be very brief to answer any questions.
While my colleagues are giving it some thought, I have a quick question, Chief. And I'd appreciate if the city administrator, through our city attorney, could provide a legal opinion and context would be helpful. Why weren't these sought earlier? Why at this point in time seems not arbitrary, but discretionary, and for us to undertake this as such?
I was also asked the same question. I presented the same thing to the county commissioners because we're going after the system-wide. They asked why the other fire chiefs or fire districts weren't pursuing it. South Kitsap and Poulsbo are pursuing it. The easy answer, it's very difficult. I've been at this for about 2.5, 3 years when I first approached Mayor Erickson and Heather about, hey, we're really looking at impact fees. A little bit, just my educational background in geography and urban planning really had a keen focus on the impact of growth and planning. And seeing the impact over my tenure as a fire chief that this growth is having on our community and the massive impact it's having on our financial stability, I take a very strong personal interest, and it's at the direction of my board of commissioners as well, that I need to do everything I can to take the burden that we place on our current taxpayers and relieve that. That's why we go after grants. We're going after user fees. We're going after everything we can so that taxpayer who's living here right now, I don't have to ask them for another penny. And while this is a small impact, this is an incredibly difficult thing to go through this process. It is worth it because I want to be able to straight face look at our taxpayers and say that I'm trying to take the burden off them.
Mr. Newell, then Mr. Eckert, then Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Chief, thanks for coming. I know it's been a long road to get to this discussion because we've tied this to the comp plan. Typically, these things get tied to the comp plan, and then our comp plan evolved, and now we're here. Just for my colleagues, I've spent a lot of time looking at the RCW and the WAC with regards to impact fees. Spent hours and hours of time with legal on that, with regard to effectively school impact fees, but as the chief pointed out, it's the same part of the RCW. I had a chance a little over a year ago to read through the complete capital facilities plan from the chief and looked at the methodology. In my opinion, he was following the standard precedents in the state of Washington to be able to say, to identify the requirement and work through the process. And so I think the chief and Poulsbo Fire have been pursuing the right path when it comes to impact fees. They have not taken this lightly. That being said, these are impact fees levied by the jurisdiction that issues the permits. And so would be impact fees that we issue. They're not impact fees Poulsbo Fire does. And so from that standpoint, we are the decision maker in this. And we have the ability to say, yes, it's the number on the page, or we can say it's 50% of that, or we can say no. It's ours as a city council to work through. Quite a few organizations say it's not full calculation. That being said, and I haven't looked, Chief, I haven't looked at your numbers in a while, and I apologize for getting in the weeds in here. People go, well, aren't those new houses paying taxes? Typically in the formula for impact fees, you capture the net present value of those taxes that new house or new building presents, and that's part of what gets you to this number. I can't validate these numbers because I don't see the equation behind it. But in general, just kind of in closing here, I think that growth should pay for growth. We're all struggling with how to do this. I think it's something we need to wrestle with. I guess if I look over at Heather, it might be warranted that we put all of our impact fees together for a conversation and not do them one at a time. Okay, she's nodding in concurrence in that standpoint. So, sorry, don't really have any questions. I just wanted to let you know I've read all of his documents and I think he's in compliance.
Mr. Eckert. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation. I absolutely agree that we have to keep up with the development and the growth. Fire safety is not an if, we have to do it. And I agree that new growth should pay for it, not the existing citizens. That said, like Doug just said, we need to look at impact fees as a whole. I'm very conscious of the $58,000 number that Heather and Nicole gave us last time of, $58,000 in local fees goes into each new house. If we are concerned with the cost of housing and we want to look at that as a policy, we have to be very conscious of, even if it's only $500 for a 2-bedroom house, $550, it's still $550 added into this cost. Not saying we don't do it, not saying we do it. I'm just saying this is one of those, we are making policy based on what our priorities are, and we have to decide if that's a priority. I'm also cognizant of the fact, I appreciate that this is a city and county effort because you do cover both, like the school district. However, I'm also realistic, and based on GMA and what I've heard from the county and their development and the meetings I've attended and listened to, the growth is here. It's not in the county. And so this will be more our conversation, problem, challenge, solution than it will be the county's. So sure that they'll adopt something, we're not, but really this is going to be Poulsbo, not Hood Canal.
Yeah.
So we need to take that into consideration as well.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, then Mr. Tabor.
Is the 550 per bedroom?
No, that was the average for the average house,
Okay.
and then it's proportional. Those rates, that exact rate is still very much a work in progress between myself, Heather, and Nicole, to make sure that they agree with the rate structure.
Okay.
The original rate structure that we developed, again, very much involved with the Home Builders Association. They sent it to their legal counsel. They came back with no objection to how the rate structure was developed, but that was prior to the adoption of the Washington State guidance on impact fees. So with that, there were some modifications that were made. So with that, we need to reconsider, and I do want to make sure that we're doing this as collaboratively as possible with the city. Going back to, and not being too repetitive, If we're talking about townhomes, I think there's a lot of discretion. If a townhome is a single family residence versus multifamily, there's a lot of discretion in how we define things that can set the rates and target where we want this to go. One of the other points, and I'm sorry to beleaguer this, one of the other issues we deal with when we're talking about the cost of new construction, and we do know, and I'm very aware that I don't want to add on to that, but someone's going to foot the bill. But new construction generally doesn't come on the tax rolls. There's a massive delay. There's a new home. I wanted to use an example, but I had already submitted this. There's a new home up off Johnson Parkway. Beautiful new 3,000 some square foot home. It's for sale. It's done. It's there. On the tax rolls, it's valued at $100,000, $104,000. So the fire department's not going to see the assessed value increase or see the increased value and taxes from that new home until 2027. And then there's a more significant delay when that actually gets added to our assessed value that our tax rates are based on. So there is a benefit right now that new construction is seeing from some of those delays. And every time we don't get that value from new construction, it's all shifted to our current taxpayers.
There's an irony here for me, and then we need to move on because we still have a long list. And the way the school impact fees fell off, because the growth in the overall district slowed down as much as Poulsbo, as you say, Chief, speeds up. And so right now the school impact fees are off, which we had lived with for years and years and years, along with Park and Road. So I just need to understand better the situation. I would appreciate a confirming legal opinion. I'm just uncertain as to the discretion that's being applied within the county, across the county, and with the jurisdictions. But I would imagine you're breaking new ground for the other fire chiefs. Any other comment? Really well done, Chief. You've done your homework. That's clear. Let's move on to then the next agenda item. And we're going to have special events for February 2026. Ms. Glasgow.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I just have two for you tonight, so it's going to be very quick. Saturday, February 14th is Valis Blot, and I apologize if I said that wrong because I do every time. It's an annual event. It's the Nordic Valentine's Day celebration with bonfire. They're expecting 35 participants, 100 spectators, and it's at Muriel Iverson Waterfront Park. The second one is bigger. It's the annual Poulsbo Blues and Jazz Festival, and that's Friday, February 27th through Saturday, February 28th. It is a ticketed event put on by the Poulsbo North Kitsap Rotary. There'll be multiple bands playing at different locations throughout Poulsbo. And they're expecting they have 80 volunteers and about 1,500 participants through the night. And that's all I have for you.
That was well done.
Thank you. Hey, guys, have a good night.
Very much. We appreciate that. Thanks for stepping in for Jeff. The next item we're going to hear is the docket for the comprehensive plan amendment. Speak of the devil.
Good evening,
Meaning
Council.
The fire district.
Yes, speak of the devil. Fire District. Thank you. Good evening, council members of the public. I have a presentation, but I'm going to hold off on sharing it unless you'd like me to pull it up. But tonight, all you're being asked to do is give us permission to move forward with these applications. By giving us the green light, you are not guaranteed to recommend approval. Basically, if there's anything that you are like, we don't think we should move forward with this, you can tell us now. So what we're asking you to move forward with is every year someone can apply for an amendment to our comp plan. Yes, we just adopted and we have 6 requests. 5 of them are for rezones of park properties. They're included in your packet. If you want me to list them, I will, but I'll hold off. And then the others, which is a private rezone request. Additionally, we are going to incorporate the capital improvement plan. This is done every year to reflect the budget changes and the approved plan that happened at the mid-biennium budget. So With that, yes, Mayor
So
Stark.
this is quite routine for us. This is the
Correct.
normal time of year. Our retreat will be matching capacity with programs with other desires, which is timely for you looking at the comp plan also from that standpoint. So our retreat's good timing. So this is quite routine, no action necessary and wouldn't be taken tonight. But the question is to place this on the consent agenda or the business agenda for a future program. Mr. Newell, I don't know.
Yep, just two quick questions.
Mhm.
Designating, zoning it as park doesn't make it a park, correct? That's a
correct.
separate process.
So if it's owned by the park, it naturally, that comp plan actually requires it to be rezoned. And we didn't rezone it because we wanted to go through this process, but you're correct. To become a park, it has to go through a site plan review process.
Okay. And then for the last one, do we have a minimum required amount of light industrial zoning?
We do not, but we do look at our minimum, we do look at the employment numbers that the industrial zoning would support, and we would make sure that we would still meet our capacity for employment if we do rezone it. Great question.
Okay, Mr. Newell. Any other comment from the council? The desire for consent agenda versus on the docket versus business agenda? Consent agenda. There you
Excellent.
go, Heather.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 2025 year in review, which is what I promised you at the top of the meeting at the business agenda. I did forward looking and the staff is helping me this year with State of the Cities.
What is this?
On the backside.
Here's
That is a political statement on our HVAC.
Last week's HVAC, perhaps. This is what I get for saying, I dare you to wear this jacket to the council meeting. And Debbie follows through for sure. Yeah, definitely photo worthy. Okay. Kenny is in the house, and Kenny is our first presenter. But I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for this time and this opportunity. You have assembled at the city a phenomenal group of leaders that are guiding the work and efforts and providing services to our community. This is but a brief glimpse into all that has happened over the past year. So we won't take a whole bunch of time, and we won't necessarily reiterate everything that we've all done, but think of it as a walk down memory lane as we kind of revisit 2025 on our way going into 2026. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kenny.
Kenny.
Oh.
So good evening. As I was doing a little whining about the temperature, so I was teasing him that I came ready this week and he dared me. So I just wanted to go over a little bit of what the finance department does is because we are very driven by regular task and regulatory deadlines almost every month, every week, every day. And so what we do daily is we do cashiering. It's mandatory by the RCWs that we get our deposits to the bank daily. So we do that. We deposit the cash once a week because we have allowed that by a policy. We do your accounts payable once a week. We do payroll twice a month, utility billing every month, but every day we are collecting receipts and we are also talking to customers on the phone very regularly, many times a day. Grant and project accounting, that's what we had talked about earlier, is all the grants that are coming into the city. Do the budget process, we do the annual financial reporting and with the auditor. We do cash investment and management. That's what we keep our portfolio strong, and we do debt management. So those are what we do regularly. So these are some of the outstanding this was our Halloween picture. We are very peer pressured by our cashier. His favorite holiday is Halloween, and we get reminders every month for several months, what are we going to wear on Halloween? So I decided to share our picture with us. So we get into it very strongly, yes. So what we did, some of our outstanding accomplishments in 2025. I've been several years right now, and we did a lot of new items. And so we implemented the new B&O tax, which we talked about, which was very time consuming, very public involved. Also developing the accounting system, bringing it in. We're staying current with the state and all the rules. Regarding the tax changes, we are active with the tax roundtable, a state organization made up of cities that administer the tax to stay current with that. We also, we did receive, again, we've received it for several years. We received the Government Finance Officers Association, a very high coveted title for our annual budget and our annual financial statement. And those do help us when we go through our bond ratings and keep our financially sustainable. We updated the investment policy. We need to do that once every 5 or 7 years. And we did receive the recognition. Jenna in our department worked on that and submitted it, and it was certified by the Washington Public Treasurers Association. And I don't know if you remember that presentation, but we actually received very positive feedback. But they said very few comments had changed. So we did a good job with that. We supported several city projects and managed more than 56 grants. When we first started taking over this grant reporting, we probably maybe had like 15 to 20. So it's grown significantly, and it is very time consuming. It does help the city stay financially strong and to do all the projects we like, but there's no such thing as free money. I always have that saying.
And the burden of the federal grants has grown quite a bit recently. That wasn't so true in the past.
Yeah, federal grants have always been a little bit stronger, but they continue to put more regulations on them. We also find out things that we can do better from the auditor that maybe we weren't doing so well in the past. So we up our game to stay compliant with that. So they are time consuming, but we're able to do many of our projects because of those. So then we also began the process of the 2026 debt issue, which is going to be the largest issue the city's done. And for instance, this month we are doing a bond rating practice called the bond rating. We've been doing the statements, we've been doing the ordinance. So that's very time consuming. And then once that ends, then we have to figure out how to record and keep track of how we spend it and the debt payments going with it. And it requires ongoing reporting annually for 20 years. So it's an obligation. We did begin the RFP process for the new financial software. I think I must have been heavily dosed up, and the RFP and the bond process are coming in the same months. So we've started that process. The RFP went out on Monday, and we're getting some questions back. And so the hope is to start the RFP negotiations and implement that. And I also want to let you know, as I serve as an executive board member for the Washington Finance Service Association, we probably have about 1,800 different government employees. I serve there, and we do affordable education. And so what's that great is that allows the city to not only participate, it allows us to expand our peer group for resources, and also to kind of drive the education and help support some of our needs. And that is it for the finance department in a quick.
Debbie's still a little humble about this, because if you take the totality of what we just saw, that results in a AA rating for the state of Washington. I remember when we moved from A to AA, and we were the highest rated small city in the state. And these practices actually saved the money, the city and the citizens and the ratepayers, considerable money because of that high rating on our borrowing. So well done, Finance Department.
Thank you. It is a team effort. I couldn't do it without a council to guide me. So there we go.
Thanks, Deb. And next up.
Don't tell me you're wearing a heavy jacket too, Dan.
I'd like to request never to follow Deb again. Mayor and council, thank you for having me. Just a quick update on emergency management. I would categorize 2025 as a year that we played a little bit of catch up. And 2026 will be a year that I feel like we're going to be moving forward pretty well. So just to recap, we in June, council approved the updates to the emergency operations plan and the continuity of operations plan. We also added new annexes to the emergency operations plan in the form of a disaster assessment team plan and crisis communications plan. We did a lot of planning on where we want to go as a city with emergency management last year. And so I appreciate the approval of the funding for some of the new program requests we put in to transition EOC and to provide some funding for some community outreach. So thank you very much for that. Built great relationships around the county with counterparts. Bainbridge, Suquamish, DEM, we've been working really closely with, and Port Orchard. And I think very most importantly, but we didn't talk a lot about last year, is just getting city staff up to speed on required FEMA training. And that's going to be continuing as we move into the future. So that's where we're at.
Quick question, no Halloween photos?
My department does not dress up for Halloween.
The Department of One.
The Department of One. Yeah, well,
Executive decision.
you're my boss, so
I dressed up.
Okay.
So Dan, I do have one, I attended a couple of the rollout meetings and the one takeaway I heard was getting out into the neighborhoods. Even with small attendance, the neighbors who do attend will start to spread the word for you. Do you have the capacity, staff, or resources to get out into the neighborhoods and arrange that neighborhood touch within the city limits?
Yeah, and it's really what our focus is getting out into the community, education, resiliency, and we're already beginning that right now in 2026. Yep.
Thanks, Dan. Next is Heather.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council and Mayor. I may have upped the Halloween photo because I have a photo of us on the news. So we were on the Fox News. We were interviewed about town trivia. So that was one of our spotlights. But to speak about our accomplishments, our small and mighty team of 5, I just highlighted a few things. We reviewed about 70 land use permits last year, but you're not going to see that up there, as well as the building permits that Diane will speak to later and her team. These are just some of the high level things that we look forward to not only projecting what we're going to have this year, but last year, but coming into 2026. So a pre-meeting is before anyone applies for a land use permit, and about 40% of those actually come into fruition. So it gives us an indicator of the larger projects that are going to be coming in our door. Neighborhood meetings are also required for the larger meetings, and last year we held a record since I've been here of 5 in 1 year. The new commercial building that we approved, again, approval is just land use approval, not building permit, not clearing permit. That is the Valvoline that's going to be going up in the College Marketplace. We approved 109 new single family lots. No new multifamily lots were approved last year. I think is notable because each year we have been approving them. It doesn't mean they're not coming online, with the Vanaheim under construction, and we actually did receive an application at the end of the year. It just wasn't approved. But that's something that indicates we'll have that many more permits this year. And of course, phase 1 of PERC. And then what I thought was really notable and important is 313 business licenses. So there's a lot of economic vitality in our small city. Our long range highlight, it's one line item, but the comp plan adoption was a huge and multi-year process. So thank you all for your many hours of work and dedication. Everyone in this room committed and incorporated their suggestions into that plan. And we
And I might
appreciate
add
it
collegial process,
very much. Yes, thank you.
not always the case.
Yes, it was for sure for this plan. And we did get recognition from Puget Sound Regional Council for its readability, as well as the housing policy work. And then along with that comp plan came our land development regulations, and of course, phase 1 of our critical areas ordinance update. And I have one more slide. And these are just internal accomplishments within our team. Nicole Coleman was rightfully promoted from senior planner to planning manager. So thank you, council, for supporting that. We did have 3 interns last year, 2 of which volunteered, which Nicole and Carla are actually teaching at OC, a course, and they were able to recruit some of those students, and they did are working on our climate change element that's required to be updated in 27. And then we had 1 general planner, which is Rory. He's been with us for 3 years, and he's actually studying to become a planner. So again, I thank you all for the ability to bring in interns. We completed our 2nd annual housing report. I'll providing that to you all probably in February, and that's a snapshot of the building characteristics that we're seeing for all of our single family and multifamily homes. How large are they? How many bedrooms are we experiencing, etc. Of course, a big lift was downtown parking. We heard about that earlier tonight with our mayor's initiative for 2026. So that was also managing the contract with Walker and getting a resolution with our council. We released 4 out of 6 pre-approved accessory dwelling unit plans. So those are free of use to the public. so that we can encourage ADUs. It was a multi-jurisdictional approach. Anyone can get those plans between all the cities and Kitsap County. And I'm happy to announce that we have 2 more plans released today. The final 2 were released, the 1,000-square-foot plans. They're gorgeous. They're on our website. I'll share them with you all at a later date, but check them out. And then we did increase our communication option to reach more people in our community. Those that want to text can now text the department and get their questions answered, because that's a big bulk of our work, is just responding to daily inquiries. And we hired a new arborist. So I'll just end there. Any questions? And thank you all for supporting all the work that we do.
Hold on now, Mr.
Yes.
Eckert, anyone else?
Well, I said 313 business licenses, but I believe I've heard once or twice about also just touring the city and downtown with prospective businesses that want to come in.
Absolutely.
And you just spend time showing them why they should come and go into vacant space too.
Yes.
Those are probably not counted in that number.
That's right. That's right. Unless they get a business, they are. That's one of the perks of the job.
So I have one question,
Yes,
Heather.
of course.
How unusual is this fall and winter with the volume of permits versus years past? Are we seeing anything different as impacting your office?
Yes, absolutely. We have been. We've had 2 applications submitted at the very end of the month of December, and that doesn't happen. That ticked up our pre-app numbers, actually turned into a land use permit. And then we filled our pre-app and our consultation slots for January, which isn't customary. We offer 4 of those each month, and they're filled up already. So I'm seeing no signs of us slowing down at this time.
Anything you would attribute that to besides the weather's been, I mean, pretty unusual. My 40 years here, this is the warmest winter ever. But I assume that has nothing to do with the amount of activity or permitting you're seeing. That's pre-planned.
I believe it's because we're efficient and people want to live here. And so I just hear from the KBA that because of how quickly and predictable our process is, people want to develop here because they have that assurance that they can actually break
I hear
ground.
that up and down the county.
Have a
Thank
great
you,
evening.
Heather. Well
Thank you.
done. Congratulations to Nicole again.
Next, we have Kim.
Hello again, Mayor, Council. Since this is the newest department in the city, I think it might be worthwhile just very quickly to remind Council and the public what we do. H3 was added to the city in 2020 to increase services and opportunities for residents that address 4 community needs: affordable, emergency, and supportive housing, low barrier behavioral health services with an emphasis on mental health and substance use disorders, public health and equitable access to health services that came in handy during the pandemic, and services for individuals with low and limited income across age groups. This little department has grown pretty rapidly. It started with a part-time employee, me, and is now consisting of 4 full-time employees, 3 part-time employees, and quite a few providers, contractors, and partners. I'll talk about housing first. As you all are very well aware, we were finally able to come to completion with Nordic Cottages in 2025, which was such a wonderful achievement. Of course, not just for H3, but for all of the departments involved, council, and current and former mayor. Just a quick update. There are 7 units of the 8-unit cottages that are now occupied, and an 8th person is being interviewed for residency now. So really wonderful to see that finally come to conclusion. We are working with external partners here in Poulsbo to develop the county's first rest park, a safe place for people to live in their cars who are willing to actively engage in services at our recovery center. We have to have more news for that very soon for council. It's on one of your upcoming agendas. One of the requests from Mayor Erickson is that we have an office in Poulsbo where people can meet with housing providers to have easier access to shelter and housing opportunity. And thanks to her encouragement at the Recovery Center, we have the space for a representative from both Housing Solutions Center and Kitsap Homes of Compassion. We're just trying to lower those barriers and create more opportunities for people in Poulsbo to access county-wide services. Working with Rob, we've created and managed groups considering ideas to promote STEP housing. Just to remind you that shelter, transitional, emergency, and permanent supportive housing. We have a local ad hoc group considering STEP, and Poulsbo was at the forefront of organizing a multi-jurisdictional group to think about how cities and the counties could work together to promote that kind of housing. Thanks to the council's support, we've been able to support 2 sober homes in the North Kitsap area, one here in Poulsbo, the Gambit House, and the Nelson Farmhouse, and also Kitsap Homes of Compassion's Kingston House. And we work with the Bluebills to provide home repairs for low-income Poulsbo residents. Moving from housing to health and human services, we are operating a recovery resource center that's been in operation since 2024. It had a remarkable year of expansion in 2025. I want to acknowledge the incredible work of our operations manager, Carrie Wax, who's sitting over in the back. This kind of rapid expansion has to do with having a solid operational base. Just some examples of what we did in 2025, able to add to our services to offer substance use evaluations, counseling, group services, mental health counseling, housing. I think Chief Gillard might have left, but we had the fire cares team stop by this week because there was a need for crisis counseling for somebody that their team was helping. Walk through the door, we were able to accommodate on the spot. Very grateful for our expanded partnership with Poulsbo Municipal Court. Have a wonderful relationship with Amy and the new judge, and are really looking forward to thinking about how we can expand that moving into the new year. Terrific relationship with Poulsbo Police. Chief Harding is really responsible for the center opening in the first place. That partnership is just so key to everything that we're doing. We started to develop a pre-arrest diversion program in 2025, which we'll be able to launch early this year. I mentioned our partnership with CARES teams, not only in Poulsbo, but throughout the county. I'll just give you a quick look at us in terms of numbers. Over 370 members were assisted at the center in 2025. That's not people walking through the door and asking for help. That's people wanting to commit to coming in on multiple occasions and becoming a part of our services through a membership model. 235 of those 370 members came in 2025, which is a pretty startling increase to where we were in 2024. We know of 140 people last year connected to substance use services. I'm sure there are many more. We know of 12 members of our center who were able to get jobs because of the assistance of our vocational coach at the center. I'm sure there's many more. And we're also aware of 10 members that were housed because of center assistance, and I'm sure there were many more. The Recovery Cafe had a soft opening in August of 2025. Our official opening, as you know, is coming up in a couple of days, really, on January 22nd. We're the first city-run recovery cafe in the International Recovery Cafe Network. We provide meals, peer support, recovery circles, education. We have almost 50 members that joined us in 2025, which really, I think, is a testament to the need and the interest in these sorts of services. We have funding from the Healthcare Authority to build an on-site kitchen that I talked about in my previous comments. We'll be able to serve meals on-site 5 days a week starting in February. Finally, we started a program in 2025 where we're working with the community on donations. We're getting an increasing number of private donations for cafe operations, lots of food donations from local businesses and community members. This all only works because of community partnerships, and 2025 really showed a good growth in that area. Quick slide on funding, and then I'm done.
And just note, we had some folks from the other side of the water come over to tour to see what they're doing because they want to see how it's being done right and ways that they can steal what we're doing and apply it to places like King County and do better. And that was amazing to watch, to see these really smart, passionate people discuss their different philosophies. I enjoyed watching that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I made a boo-boo on this slide, so let me talk you through my error. That $750,000 reflects the H3 budget from the general fund. It does not reflect funding that we get from the 125 Affordable Housing Tax Fund. So our budget is $750,000 from the general fund. Of that $750,000, about 65% is from grant funding, 5% is from opioid and liquor taxes, and the remaining 30% comes from the general fund. So there's an additional $280,000 that comes from the Affordable Housing Tax Fund. I apologize that that's not showing up on the slide. That's my mistake, which is why I always say numbers are approximate so I can improve on these things as I go. I mentioned before that we're starting to get more community donations, over $14,000 in fiscal and food donations in 2025. I suspect we will triple that number in 2026. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
I might add that there's no other city in the state providing at the 13,000 population level, let alone 50,000. And so when you hear occasional reference to Poulsbo punching above its weight class, this is a perfect example. And I believe it's the #1 legacy from Mayor Becky Erickson and her many years at the city was her concentration on social services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So just quickly here, Camille said she was going to join me for support, but yeah. Yes, so thank you. Starting with public records requests for the first year, we actually had a 1% decrease, which was amazing. But looking at where we are today, we already had 47 and we're on day 14. So we're trending to go up to 1,128 if we keep the trend of the first 14 days. But yeah, who's counting? Newsletters, we've had an increase for viewing our newsletters, and the Facebook involvement on the newsletters themselves have increased 89%, which I think is pretty amazing. And there's great content in there that everybody's providing us when we're sending that out. Social media, I'm not really sure what each of these things mean, but it's quite impressive that everything has increased from last year. The only one that was decreased was new follows. We haven't 341 new ones, but the trend of increasing dropped by 2.6%. You guys were busy last year with your ordinances and resolutions, both increased over the previous year. Our business licensing is up by 8%. And just a highlight of our recruitments, we were hot and heavy January through March. We had a lot of recruitments, and then Kay and I were able to start kicking off the NeoGov Insight software implementation. Then Camille joined us, and I happily gave it to her so she could form it to what she wanted it to be. And she also was familiar with the software. She's currently finishing up the first recruitment in the software with a special events coordinator, and it's made a big change on how we do it. And I think it's a positive change. And then claims for damages. I haven't been involved with this for a year or so now, but we were down last year, which I think is great for our claims, but the litigation is up. So that's just a quick highlight of what we did last year. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Taylor.
And 36 council meetings every Wednesday.
Who's counting?
Right. Doing great.
Thank you.
R-
He counted up. Okay.
Rhiannon, how do you feel your doing level of service matched to staffing? Have we made adequate improvement? Do we need to do more improvement? I know we've come some distance for you.
I think we have a great team and we can handle whatever is needed of us. So we have a really great team.
I appreciate that can-do attitude.
Thank you.
And next we have Brooks.
Good evening, council. 2025 was a year, 2026 can be a lot more, but for 2025, we've mostly finalized a mobile workforce. So meaning most employees have laptops now and are able to work remotely. The whole goal is to be able to have our workforce be able to work from anywhere, emergency, etc. We are fully engaged. We've increased engagement with software acquisition at the city with departments to help, make sure that everything's cloud compliant, etc. It's been a big year. G5 migration. We keep talking about it. Has everything to do with getting our data in the cloud, and it's in the government cloud. Everything is accessible from anywhere. We're shutting down servers in our server room with the goal of shutting down all of our servers in the server room, so we don't have to rely on this building to get the job done. Poulsbo.gov, we're in process. I know we don't have a redirect link for the website yet, but it's coming. I promise it's coming very soon. We did some simple things like upgrading the 10, 15-year-old TVs in the conference rooms and makes for better hybrid meetings for staff. And then beyond that, we are hot and heavy right now. I liked that term. I heard it earlier. We are in the middle of finalizing so much of what we did with our G5 migration. We're shutting down file servers because we're putting our files in the cloud. Multi-factor authentication changes, which will be explained to everyone here soon. And then the big one is we are going to migrate away from our current Ring Central phone system to Teams Phone, which is a better integration for city staff because we're already using Teams for communication. So it streamlines it all into one dashboard that's already on our computers. And that's about it for IT. Any questions? Thank you. Thanks, Brooks.
Mr. Eckert has.
No, not a question. I was just going to say, yours is another one of those departments, kind of like we talk about some parts of Public Works that we just want it to work.
Yeah.
And we appreciate everything you do because it does. So.
Thank you.
Before Diane starts, I was just going to say to you, looking at the clock, in accordance with the rules and procedures, I want to make a motion that we extend the meeting past 9 as required to complete the agenda.
Do I have a second to the motion?
Second.
So we have a second. A request to extend past 9 to complete the agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Abstain.
That does suggest to me that Mr. McVeigh isn't online, but I suspect he is.
I'm here, but falling asleep.
Okay, Diane.
Okay. We're going. We're good.
Yeah, the motion carried. That's why we ended with Mr. McVeigh confirming he was still with us.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about Public Works. That's operations, engineering, and then we also have the building department. And Mike is here because he's the big guy that leads all the important things in the city. And over on North Viking Avenue, the Public Works Operations Department takes care of everything the city owns. That's operation and maintenance, including all of our facilities. We'll go through just a few of the things that they do. And one of the things that we're really proud of is the upgrades to the Muriel Iverson picnic area. If anyone hasn't been down there, it looks very nice. It's a huge improvement. Neighborhood streets, we led the completion of over 2.13 miles of a chip and slurry seal in the Forest Rock area. And that is something that council put in place, setting money aside so that that can happen each and every year. The boardwalk decking replacement has happened, and it is in good operating condition. One of the things that I think has been really good since Dan came on board is the increase in emergency management training. And we have 4 people at Public Works that have now gone through 3 days of full-time training, and we have 300 level certification at our leadership level. Our playground safety inspection certification has happened for the operations team, pesticide applicator certification, and continuous ongoing CEU training for water. As daily operations, they have addressed more than 200 citizen complaints, disposed of 6,736 tons with a capital T of solid waste, swept over 2,637 miles of city streets, supported special events, at least 21, and HDPA support included more than 500 hours of watering flower baskets, and they were the most beautiful flower baskets that we have ever seen. True statement. Downtown parking improvements and signage, the new parking plans have changed our signing. Working with the police department and the engineering department on speed cameras, flashing lights, school zones on Knoll Road. NPDES compliance, you heard Rachel speak earlier, has included over 109 inspections and 21 filters, which are water treatment devices maintained. Finally, over 1,500 finance-generated work orders have been completed. That means first they created them, and that can be things from turning off water services, final reads, leak checks, a variety of things that need to happen. They read over 4,500 water meters a month, completed over 1,250 water, sewer, and storm locations, the colored paint on the ground. Delivered over 416 million gallons of safe, reliable, clean drinking water to our city customers. And that includes all the testing that needs to happen, all the equipment that needs to be operating and maintained to make that happen. And then conveyed through our systems over 320 million gallons of sewage to the Kitsap County for treatment. Thank you, Mike.
Questions?
I wanted to say one thing. I attended the HDPA meeting where they were talking about those flower pots that were referenced, and they were overflowing with praise for how you and your team came in and rescued them, not 1 year, but 2 years in a row. So I think that's an example of how you and your team go above and beyond.
It's a lot of work. Like I said, it was over 500 man hours just to keep it looking pretty. So.
Okay, next is engineering, and I have to confess to you guys that Dan has been timing everybody as they speak, and I am behind. I'm going to win the prize for taking the longest, but I think I deserve the time. So anyway, this is Josh's world. Josh is sitting here, our city engineer, and on the capital project side, I mentioned earlier the North Knoll Road construction will be complete in the next 90 days. Big project, and 15 million, 15, 14?
9.
9, okay. Let's make it even bigger. The Knoll Middle, which included the school entrance, the West Poulsbo Waterfront Park retrofit, that's Nelson Park. Tremendous water treatment that occurred for a large basin, and that was Charlie's lead. The ADA curb ramp upgrades in the city, Josh led that, and we will have more of that to come. And currently underway is the Lindvig pump station variable frequency drive upgrade on the pumps. The functional plans for water, sewer, storm, and transportation were completed last year, and those were part of the comprehensive plan that Nicole completed. It's important to note that a number of our capital projects are as a result of team collaboration with other departments. We completed the heavy design work on the PERC, and that'll be constructed this year. We led the project management for the construction of Nordic cottages, working with Kim, the HHH Kitchen, that will have their grand opening in another week. Currently working on the Robb Park Caretaker Residence, which is also the model ADU. Completed the Rotary Morrow Community Park, Robb Park Play for All, and we're working in partnership with the Kitsap County Department of Public Works on the Central Kitsap Treatment Plant. Big project, $20 million investment for the city of Poulsbo. People investments, we brought on the engineering side, 2 replacement hires and development review, new engineering techs, and we're bringing them up to speed. We also sent Josh and our city administrator to Washington, D.C. to celebrate a project and help advocate for APWA at the national level. We have a number of cross-training opportunities going on in engineering and public works, and that's going to result next year in some change in who people report to. And we also have individuals that work over at the operations office as well as the engineering office, moving people around a little bit so they understand each other's work. Some successful grant applications included the South Fork to Dogfish Creek, construction, the 8th Avenue culvert, and the Public Works Trust Board being a big one. That's a low interest loan for $10 million. And then we also were successful in about $2.6 million of additional funds from the Public Facility District. And that's it for engineering. Really quick on the building department, we are investing in our people, improving our service, and improving modernization. Our permit tech is training to do residential plan review and increase customer service. Our inspector, James Sorensen, is working on his certifications, and Alan Chappell, who likes to put people's last names in there, is working on his building safety evaluator certification. He obtained that just recently. Those are all good. There were more than 459 permits issued, and 90 of those were residential single-family permits, keeping in mind that a single house has multiple permits. 72.4 million is how much our total construction value was for the construction in the city. So that increases our overall value. And we averaged about 38 average permits per month. And I would say, as Heather mentioned, that we get really positive feedback on the time of turnaround for building permits, and also on how positive we are to work with in solving problems. I think that's a general statement that I get a lot from the community. And that's it for my stuff. I wasn't the longest. His thumb went up. We won't say who it was.
Just a quick add-on, if I could, Diane. You sing my favorite song. She does, Mr. Geller, when she talks about cross-training. That makes me happier more than anything applied to any department. And I salute you for promoting that and encouraging that.
Thanks, Diane. Ron. No chance.
Greetings, council. Thank you for your patience. Have 2 slides. I'm really going to just focus on this first one. And what I want to highlight is that we are, for the first time since I've been here, just over 5 years, completely hired. We have filled all of our positions. We have everyone that's off training and they're actually working. So that's excellent. And I think as a result of that, what we have seen is really a huge increase in our activity and our impact in the community. So I'd like to focus on that for a little bit. We are the smallest police agency in Kitsap County. We have the least full-time employees, and we have the smallest land mass to patrol and cover. However, we're one of the busiest in the county per officer. And it's not because of the 911 calls that we receive. That's actually not what drives all of our activity. We see actually it's self-initiated. Our officers like to work. They're very busy and they're very proactive in the community. So we have been involved in almost 18,000 calls for service in 2025. It's about 1,480 calls a month. We've taken 1,350 case reports, made 227 arrests, confiscated 30 firearms, issued 123 CPLs, and our administrative team processed 806 public records requests. And one little caveat to that, our administrator, Kelly Zeman, came up with a plan to recoup some of the cost for that effort. So all of our video processing, which is hundreds of hours of body-worn camera, we now have a fee schedule that we've implemented, and we're beginning to collect fees to help us recover some of the costs of that. What I really want to focus on, though, just for the remainder of my time, is traffic safety. As you all know, we implemented the camera enforcement program, and you can see the numbers for that. Over 5,000 tickets that were issued in the year. But officers also, on their own, issued another 2,300 citations. We're very active in the city in terms of traffic. It's our number one complaint, traffic enforcement and traffic congestion. And the projections are that that will only increase. As you've seen the totality of everything that's been presented tonight, the city's growing and it's getting busier. We're just going to have more traffic issues. Last year, we handled 183 collisions. About 50 of those were injury. So almost 25% of our collisions are injury accidents, which means that someone was either transported to the hospital or required medical service on scene. We want to see those numbers come down, but we also know that we have a limited number of resources to apply to the traffic situation that we have. One other highlight that I'd like to point out is the number of DUI arrests that we made last year. We made 59 DUI arrests. That's with our staff of generally 2 officers on at night. 2 of our officers were responsible for over 80% of those DUI arrests. One of those officers was selected for the Safety Champion Award by MAD because he was the most prolific DUI enforcer in the entire county. Those are all, they're great, worthy accomplishments. But what that tells me is that of the traffic stops we're making, we arrested 60 DUIs. There are so many more out there. For every one of those arrests, you could say there were, scientifically, I couldn't put a number to it, but there's dozens of folks that are driving under the influence. And we know the issues that creates. That's an emphasis that we want to increase next year. I know internally we have a goal of seeing that number go up, not just to get the number, but to spread the word about the enforcement. So we're very proud of our accomplishments, the things that we've done. If you go to our website, this is just really a general look, but if you go to the city's website, click on the police page, follow the links down, we are now compiling endless statistics on activities, and I'd invite you to go check those out to see really a more accurate accounting of all the work your officers are doing.
Chief, do you have a sense of how much of the DUI arrests, how much of that is alcohol and how much of that is drugs?
The majority of the ones that we've arrested, of those arrests, are alcohol. Drugs have contributed as well, and we do not currently, we have one drug recognition expert, and generally he shows up after a collision. If we suspect there's impairment due to drugs, that's usually when his skill set would come into play. Mayor?
I just want to say this council and the previous council should feel very proud of helping lead the charge on fully funding and staffing the police. It's been a bit of an uphill battle. We went to different sources for it. We pushed on it, and I'm very pleased. And then the other comment I want to make, that the chief talks about our traffic congestion. Our population keeps going up, but the size of our town doesn't. We're soon going to be the densest at 4 3/4 miles. And that's that congestion that they're going to have to manage and sit on top of, because we're not growing. You look at Port Orchard with the annexation and some of that, we're not. So we're taking it all in and getting denser, and that the capacity on the roads, we can hardly increase it. So we're really relying on police and good practices.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Chief, can I also say, per my comments at the beginning, that statistics are great, but behind all of this is integrity. And I just want to say thank you to you and all your officers for handling all these things in accordance with the law, but also with a clear sense that you care about this city.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Thank you. Oops. There was another police slide, but that's going to be in your packet. And then we have Amy in municipal court. Is Judge coming up with him?
He's right there.
He's right there. Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha.
So as you know, Judge Tolman retired after 31 years. We also saw the 2 new photo cameras come on, which has increased our workload by 356%. So in order to meet that demand, you all granted us money to hire a new court clerk to join our team. So we hired Caroline earlier this year, which added a great asset to the team that we already have. She completely oversees all the photo camera work right now. So moving into our criminal citations, as the chief was saying, we can certainly attest to the work that they have been doing. Our criminal citations are up 54% from where they were last year. I did run some numbers within the county, and we are by far the largest criminal and civil court in the county aside from Bremerton. We have many more filings than Port Orchard Municipal and Bainbridge Municipal. So just to attest to the work that the chief was saying that their officers do is very substantial. The DUIs that were filed were, I have on here 44, but actually our system that we were using was down. It's actually 48 DUIs that were filed. So that's an increase of 120% from last year. The infractions were up 107%. Again, my numbers were slightly off because I couldn't use my normal system. We were actually almost at 2,100. Oh, yes, thank you. So these infractions are strictly written by the officers, has nothing to do with any parking and no photo enforcement. These are all officer issued citations and parking. And parking was actually pretty minimal. I think it was a couple hundred, but overall it's the speeding, those types of citations. Photo enforcement, as you can see, that was mainly because of the 2 new cameras that went live. But I would like to note just the 5,000 that is on there. The red light actually did not start live until October 30th of this year. So this really only reflects about 1 month of the red light. So again, just as, kind of a quick reminder, we ourselves do not generate any work. We manage the work that is funneled to us through the police department, and we are definitely growing in leaps and bounds. So.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Amy for the courts?
Okay.
And Jeff is not with us this evening, but we do have Rachel, who's bringing home Parks and Recreation presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you.
Rachel, since we miss Jeff so much too, could you channel 2 wonderfuls during the course of your presentation?
Oh, a couple wonderfuls, and I promised Jeff that I would do jazz hands. So let's get that out of the way right now, and I might do an encore later on. Okay, so we have likewise also had a very busy year, lots of growth, and the culmination of several 6-year projects. I had the pleasure, when we first came on board, of looking at our history of how many capital projects we would work through 1 year, usually one at a time. And we, with the excellent assistance from the engineering department and with Public Works and all of our partners in the city, were able to finish several almost 6-year projects. So first things first is at MIW Waterfront Park South End Improvement. As you've seen earlier, thank you once again. Our expectations have been exceeded. I could never in our wildest dreams have imagined the beautiful place that we have now. So thank you for that, Public Works, and for the team there. Rotary Morrow Park, also just a wonderful example of, we had some COVID delays. We were able to get very creative with our funding. We had some state support, and then of course the community coming together to make that happen. So also Play for All came together. So we had, a couple delays, due to the COVID process with some grant management. And of course, as that happened, our inflation and our prices raised. But if you've not been out there anytime recently, just even in the winter time, there are kids out there playing all the time. And it has been very well received into our community. And then of course, we're especially excited about our Robb Park Skate Park because $75,000+ between labor and actual goods money that was raised completely collaboratively. It's a very good example of what we'd like to see, especially with something that wasn't on our CIP originally. It just kind of came into play. So I think that's the perfect example of best practice, best case scenario, and community. It's just beautiful. Our Parks Pollinator or our Pollinator Project, we just planted, oh gosh, probably 1,300 plants across several sites in the city, and we're going to continue doing that. I cannot wait to see how things bloom, and that has been a collaboration with all sorts of folks, really putting their work together, and the kids at Pearson Elementary School, and we are only hoping to expand that in the future. So. We had a wonderful record-breaking day today at the Parks and Rec Center with our 56 people in the senior class. That was 56. I mean, we were bursting at the seams, but so that just tells you our senior programs and our partnerships have been exponential in growth and participation. It's wonderful, and we've had a launch of our quarterly Senior Connections newsletter, and that also features some of our partners, including the North Kitsap Senior Center here down on Front Street. So we are really just growing, and I think I can't tell you how nice it was to just be in the back and kind of hear this murmur of all these people talking in the lobby and congregating. So Mayor Stern and Councilmember Livedall had the pleasure of joining us for the Sound to Olympics elected officials ride this past year, and that's going to be an excellent boon to multimodal transportation and connectivity. I think just it's wonderful that we're part of that. There's your two wonderfuls. Okay. All right. Record attendance at Summer Nights at the Bay concert series. We're only going to get better. And thank you again, Council, for your support in helping us seed that this year. So, all right. We have 2 of our WSDOT mitigation properties acquired. That will hopefully eventually be some good trail systems and connectivity for the city, and that will be especially helpful as that side of the town grows with the new apartments coming nearby. Our first ever urban canopy assessment, as you had the pleasure of listening back in December, was completed. It's the first time we've ever done that, and I hope that we'll probably have an opportunity to just kind of compare apples to apples in a few years. We had a record 118,000 plus recreation participation hours. So that's exceeding pre-COVID levels. We've come back swinging. And especially as the team expands and we get more offerings and opportunities to expand, it's just going to continue to increase. Over $280,000 worth of volunteer hours contributed to the city. Our recreation safety and accessibility improvements were made. We had our doors opening and we've had lots of lighting in there, so it feels a lot safer. Special event cost recovery, application fees, and park reservations. These have all been streamlined and will help support and take away some of the burden on some of our general fund there. And then, of course, if you didn't get a chance, we had that pilot accessible trike program. We've had a ride. You're always welcome to come take a spin. And it wouldn't be a presentation from Parks and Recreation without lots of pictures. So I'm just going to go through these real quick. I'm not even going to explain them. They're self-explanatory. All the wonderful things that we opened up this year with your support. These are our seniors here. And of course, our pollinator project, different locations here. Cute little, that's our mascot from the Pearson kids. There's your Sound to Olympic ride. Our Summer Nights at the Bay, and that beautiful new Muriel Iverson Williams front, beautiful maple tree there. So, and then of course, as you remember, this was our environmental concerns. We're making sure we're taking care of our urban canopy and making sure we take care of our citizens and make sure we plant more trees and mitigate. These are our service levels. It's basically what I told you. We were down prior to COVID. We were, kind of here where you saw the big drop, and here we are all the way above. And we've increased some of our programming. That's it.
Great.
Oh, jazz
Thank
hands.
you, Rachel. Oh, got the jazz hands in there. Very good. We're all, but Council and Mayor, thank you very much for your interest, your engagement, and support of your team that is making all of this great work happen. It is a testament to the city and everyone's commitment and dedication. So thank you very much. And you have other agenda items.
If I could ask the council to join in a round of applause for our city. That is the state of our city.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I very much support Councilor Eckert's motion to extend the meeting so that we could let our leadership brag on themselves for all their hard work. That was worth it. But I want to know, is it a consideration to extend items 10G and H to the beginning of our retreat? Or are those things that have to be done tonight?
Mr. Gelder, what do you think? What do you think the time element might be involved? It's another way to put it.
Well, how many suggestions do you have for revision for the first item? If there aren't a lot, we can get through it. The liaison should be quick, but we should.
I think we're close, and I'd like to remind Mr. Fitzpatrick, and I'm sure he's suffering through his cold. You are a volunteer, and we appreciate it. Why don't we continue?
So just a question, did everyone receive my email of the suggested revision that we had for Councilmember Eckert? Okay. So I'll bring up that red line copy, but I wanted to know if anyone had any additional revisions for this working copy for your council rules of procedure. Right. Oh, I'll share it.
Council, any other changes? See Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, well, the one that she sent out, but also on our section 4.1. We don't have listed city administrator and department head comments, which is a separate agenda item. I'd asked about the concerns of the council future agenda, but that's part of the workshop, so we don't necessarily have to have that separate. But we do normally list, number 7 as a separate item, so I didn't know if we needed to adjust 4.1 to include that or not.
Work. I can make that addition if are there any other changes?
10 and 11. Continued comments and continued comments. One can be 10 can go.
Is it necessary to have land acknowledgement, or is that
That's under call to order. It's a sub item from item 1. I think it's 1A.
Well, so actually 10 should be, no, there should be continued public comment and then mayor and council comments. So I wouldn't strike 10. I would leave 10 and then leave 11 the way it was. That's what matches our agenda as we normally do it.
I'm not gonna be able to do this live. I'm trying to go back. Okay, not this, continue.
And like I said, after between board comments and consent, we have city administrator and department head normally.
That look good? Okay. Do we have any other sections?
2.7 council liaisons. I bounced that off the list of our actual list, the next item. We have Kita listed here, but that's not on our list of liaisons that we're about to talk next. So I don't know if that's one we need to, if we needed to remove it here or add it there.
So Kita used to be a mayoral appointment,
Yeah,
but she chose not to go and Councilmember Stern at the time went for her.
right? It's really a bylaw appointment like 9/11 and transit. She just wanted me to take it over. So
Yeah.
really it should be under those mayoral bylaw countywide obligation.
So remove it here
Yes,
since it's not
correct.
council.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the rest matched up. It's just that one didn't. So.
Thank you. Are there any other changes?
Rhiannon, did we caught Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council per Councilman McVeigh's input?
For the next agenda item, yes. Yeah.
I'm seeing Councilmember Crowe. Good. No. You have an item?
No. Okay, all right.
Are you good?
Yes, I'm good. Okay.
There we go. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Very
I'm
good.
good.
Rhiannon, really consensus and that's parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules of Order primarily, aren't they? We adhere to.
That's what you adhere to,
Yeah.
yes.
It's pretty standard.
Mayor,
Yes.
you had spoken to me at some point about streamlining our procedure when we're voting on things. Is that relevant here?
I've debated what Michael's referring to. When we do some of the agenda approvals, the consent agenda can be done by a call of the vote of the whole, right? It started, there was a point in the late 80s when there was more dissension on council, and one of the council wanted everybody on record on every vote. I don't need to name names. And so we could streamline where we don't need to go up and down the dais on some of these standard procedures. Most of the boards I'm on do it by consensus of the whole.
I just have to say, coming here, I really like that you guys did it as a record keeper. I don't know if that makes a difference, but it's helpful for me.
Whatever, it's your procedures. I'll carry it out.
We've got rhythm.
Yeah,
Yeah. And I think with the fact that we do allow remote,
yeah.
it probably makes it easier to make sure the person's remote vote gets counted properly if we do it by roll call. So,
I figure Councilor McVeigh is asleep at this point, but
Roll call. What takes time?
and then could you jump 1.96, the ad hoc comment?
I guess I'm gonna have to show myself.
Okay, this copy's, okay, there was it was missing a period, but it's on this one. And I just want to, general comment. In the last year, we haven't been following this paragraph closely. So I just wanted to call that out.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Eckert?
Well, we haven't been following what this says in the last year very closely.
You read what line
Well,
you're reading from?
So the ad hoc committees, that committees will be created by the council or the mayor, a specific scope, basically everything that this says about forming ad hoc committees. We've been very loose on this. So I just wanted to call that out of, if we're going to, moving forward, I think we need to be careful.
Yeah.
That if we're going to have ad hoc committees, it needs to be done as a action of the whole, that we do what this says, that, there's a scope, that there's follow-up. It's not just done. Ad hoc isn't too ad hoc.
Right, and I concur. And as I mentioned at the top of the meeting, under mayor's prerogative, I am going to be calling for an ad hoc finance working group, and it will constrain within a specific time and meet all of those agenda items.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out since we were talking about this.
Any other items? Councilmember Tabor, are you good?
I have thoughts, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
We've survived this.
Councilmember McVeigh, we can't hear you if you,
His hands.
are you?
I was not speaking to the group.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. And then did anybody have any
And I
thoughts?
assure you, I am still here and awake, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Hey, Gary. Did anybody have any thoughts on the part that I asked about consideration for adding? It came out of the article from the MRSC magazine. Yeah, I just thought about all the things that we hold in City Hall. For example, this Sunday, we're going to have Rep Nance, and just wanted to make sure that we're covered before we do, with the things we're doing. And then also one of the trainings I went through with the AWC, there was a Supreme Court decision that took the presumption of official capacity. In the past, it was presumed if one of us spoke publicly that we were speaking for the council. Legally, that was the presumption. Now the presumption is legally we are not speaking for the body unless we have designated that person to do so. So I just, that's not something I didn't necessarily knew that everybody knew. So,
But 13 years ago, we actually adopted a policy that if we were going to speak, we individually, we had to identify ourselves separate from the city council. That was a hot debate when we also talked about interjurisdictional issues or not. And that was at the same time.
yeah, but I think up until maybe a year and a half ago, law was counter to that. Now it isn't. So just, that's why I suggested this, so we're covered moving forward.
It just shows we were very prescient 13 years ago, Council.
Right.
Any other?
Good?
Good.
Good?
Good.
Okay. Next, let me close all these things out.
It's cold.
So we're going to move, we're at questions and concerns of the
Nope.
council and
No.
future agenda items. Or
Liaisons and ad hoc.
Nope, that's not the right one. We get too many things.
So council liaisons, and we did discuss ad hoc, I guess structurally. So council liaisons.
Yes, one. A million items open on here. Right.
It's just maybe the fire department. But it does conflict with this meeting, so yeah, that's tough.
All right, I did talk with Councilmember Lipdahl briefly via email just to get her preferences. I put them up here. It doesn't mean that they stand, but she just kind of gave me her preferences. She wished to stay on HDPA. It made sense to her since she's on the board. She did want to continue with the intergovernmental committee, MOU committee, and then add our ad hoc and the community book read ad hoc, as you guys have capacity to have those events in the future. She could serve on BI at Bainbridge Island ad hoc, or she's willing to give that up if someone else wants to serve on that. And if you needed an alternate for ones that Mayor Stern had served as an alternate to Mayor Erickson, then she'd be willing to step up for 911 as her first preference or Transpol as a second preference. So those were just what she kind of threw out to me. But moving forward, do you want to just start here from the top for PSRC Transpol? And
Rhiannon is on the list of Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning.
It's down below.
Thank you.
Yep. So first PSRC Transpol alternate, and right now that is Councilmember Newell. I didn't know if you wanted to continue or if anyone else had interest on that.
I'm not certain that one.
Your microphone's not on.
I'm not certain that was actually valid. I attended those meetings for about a year and there's like 50 people on them. And I was the alternate to somebody on Bainbridge Island.
Yeah.
And it's just,
I think that one is a small cities determination from KRCC or through KRCC.
yeah, I would suggest that we may look at transportation policy or transportation liaison as a grouping. That specific one was not.
So Councilman will be alternate for KRCC. He's going to be Transpol there. Gary, any thought about representing similar capacity at PSRC?
Well, I'm saying is we should
Doug
go
and
to
I
PSRC.
talked a little bit about this previously, and I think the point Doug's making, and I agree, is I think it makes sense. Whoever is going to do the Kitsap, the KRCC Transpol and PSRC Transpol should be the same person, I think, for continuity. I don't want to put words in Doug's mouth, but it sounded like he might be interested in doing the KRCC Transpol role, as well as perhaps sticking on the PSRC. Is that right, Doug? Or
Probably not. I think.
Okay.
I guess these alternate designations, when we're not the primary, makes them. I mean, because they don't even look at us.
Well, I think the KRCC alternate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Stern, but that's not going to be an alternate position now, is it? That's going to be
Seated position voting.
Yeah.
This one down here is a seated position that Councilmember Stern back then was in, and we'll have to talk about who takes that position. The mayor also serves on KRCC. So we do have a KRCC position that's seated that we're going to have to fill.
Yes.
And then
And I'm willing to do that if my colleagues want me to do that.
And Gary did infill last year because Mayor Erickson was missing a series of meetings. So Gary stepped in as alternate and he's familiar with some of the personnel and procedures. So I would certainly, if he's open to it, recommend him to be the seated second position for the city of Poulsbo for KRCC.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
And would you still be the alternate for Mayor Stern if he cannot attend KRCC Transpol?
Ed, so Ed, you would primarily be doing that. Is that correct?
I was hoping you would, Gary.
No.
Since you're there and awake and active, yes. Thought we were gonna make. You know,
Okay.
let me expand. There's so much continuity between the transportation elements, both at PSRC, at KRCC, and that position backing up Michael Bateman at Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning Organization, that if someone's carrying that knowledge, it's going to make it infinitely easier to carry it among the three. And Gary, I was hoping you'd consider at this point in time kind of wearing that transportation hat for us.
Are you hoping that I would also take over then for Councilmember Newell with the PSRC Transpol group? Is that right?
Right. There's a lot of overlap, so it's not as much work as it seems, and most of it's by Zoom.
Mayor, all I'm suggesting we just need to validate that first one. I was not the seated. I was the alternate to a city council person on Bainbridge Island. And so I was never discussed. It just was kind of like.
Yeah, it was a default. The KRCC, as Rob knows, makes those appointments formally. And Gary's going to be already a seated second seat for the city of Poulsbo on the executive board itself. And it'll be very easy for him to transition out of the Transpol position at KRCC. And that's a natural for PSRC as well. Would you agree, Rob?
So they're really two different things. The one KRCC Transpol is separate. I think that is really set up for the mayor generally to be the primary rep and probably with an alternate from council to back them up if need be. The PSRC, we may not have any connection to them at all because it is a KRCC appointment of the primary smaller city seat, because the county has an automatic seat, Bremerton has an automatic seat, the other cities share a seat. And so on KRCC, between the small cities, they determine who's the primary rep and who's the alternate.
Not our decision.
It's not decided here. It'll be decided there, and then we can reflect it here.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, given Rob's comments, Ed, I think I'm going to be more comfortable continuing to serve as the alternate for Transpol.
Okay.
So if we get assigned a seat for PRC, we'll revisit.
They'll
Is
let
that
us
fair?
know and we'll add it to the list. Okay. So SR 305 committee, this is as needed. We had the mayor and then Stern and Eckert that were also attending. So Mayor and Eckert, is anyone else wanting to join?
So I was going to suggest, so I was doing that and I was doing Bainbridge, but I was doing Bainbridge covering until Doug got seated because it was David's seat.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest that actually should be whoever is also a Bainbridge on the Bainbridge committee because it tends to be a lot of overlap.
Okay.
So
You want to look at that one?
yeah, so I think we should look at the Bainbridge one and then come back to it.
So who's interested in the Bainbridge Island ad hoc? Fitzpatrick?
Did you get the sense Brent wants to do it or wants to be the alternate? I've been the alternate and I'm happy to continue as the alternate.
If she likes it, but if someone else really wanted it, she would give it up to them. She would defer to them.
Okay. I'm happy to be the backup if somebody can't make it, but it involves me taking off work to attend that one. So I prefer to be backup.
There's that limiting factor with Councilman Eckert with his schedule with the civilian Navy. He's not master of his own destiny in many cases. So he has to be careful what he's selecting up to if he's not able to fulfill
Council-
the responsibility.
Do you wish to continue on it? Bainbridge Island?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's, I mean, I don't want to take over, but I want to take up slack.
Okay.
So if somebody
What's
wants.
anyone else interested?
If we need someone to alternate.
Nope.
take it.
Okay.
Taper Fitzpatrick, Livedall.
Yep.
with-
Yeah, and then and I'll be
Eckert is
if
the
somebody can't
alternate.
make it. And then if one of the three of you wants to take the slot on the 305 committee, most of that work is wrapping up. There's not a ton there. It's been the mayor, Ed and I, so I assume, and you're still going to continue as the mayor. And then it's just a council member and then engineering staff is there as well.
Sounds good.
I didn't catch everything you said. I was typing. Who's, is it?
I'll just say if somebody of those three wants
Yeah.
to take my slot, Ed's already going to be there as the mayor now.
Yeah.
And just for whoever to know, engineering staff is also there.
Yeah.
Well, council members Tabor, Fitzpatrick, are either of you interested? Because I don't have Livedall here to.
Any idea what it
It,
It's the 305 working group is the jurisdictions along 305, basically from Postmark all the way to the ferry terminal. That was constituted around the time that there was actually $36.8 million
Yeah.
to make improvements, congestion safety improvements along the corridor. It kind of stewarded the funds and helped work with WashDOT to make that happen. The money is pretty much gone. There are a couple projects left. They're looking for a little bit more money to complete some projects. If successful, so it is.
Vote for primary and alternate.
Whoa, what does as needed mean? I mean,
It's not a standing meeting, so it will get scheduled as it's needed.
I mean, I don't have the strictures that Rick does, but I am also have a day job, so I.
Say, I can't hear people. If you could please speak into microphones.
Sorry, Gary, appreciate
Thank
you
you.
reminding. I have more flexibility than Rick does, but I don't have.
it's a Zoom
Put me as
meeting.
the primary and then would you be okay?
Yeah, I don't have unlimited
we can- then we can
flexibility.
just-
so-
It's a Zoom meeting once every couple of months
We'll
for an
split it.
hour.
If one of us.
Okay.
We should be able
I mean,
to
it
figure
sounds
out.
like something I could do and I'd be
Okay.
happy to do. I just, yeah.
All right.
We
Perfect.
can both be on it.
We're
Yeah.
crushing it.
Yeah, you can both be on it, and when you can make it, you can make it.
Well, whoever, yeah,
Right.
at least one of us will be there. How about that?
Okay. Is 307-104, is that existing?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
in data gathering mode.
Data gathering.
And yeah, and I would like to continue with that if, I mean, I think there were a couple of us there last time, but
Anyone else want to add their name, or we'll just stick with?
I think Gary, you were there last time as well, correct?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like-
I could do that.
Okay. So we have that taken care of. So we need an alternate if Mayor Stern or Councilmember McVeigh cannot be in one of their seats. We need someone that could back them up as needed.
That I can't do.
Third string.
Sorry? Yeah, third
That's
string.
Bremerton in person a lot.
Can you have Britt there?
I did not. She took
Or she's the one
transpol
call?
and she would want 911.
Oh, sorry.
I guess Mayor Stern can call for help if they're needed at that time then, if we don't have anyone.
I'll make a ad hoc appointment.
Yes. Health District alternate. Mayor Stern was serving as Mayor Erickson's backup. Is anyone interested if he should not be able to attend?
Where does that meet?
Norm Dix Government Center.
Bremerton.
You can
Midday.
do it remotely too. You don't have to be in person.
Okay, I can be the backup.
Okay.
It'd be great. It's a chance to interact with the commissioners, the other cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Now we have liaison for North Kitsap School District. Do you want to continue that? No? Anyone interested? Okay.
I'd be willing to do that now. It's been enough time.
Between the two of you?
Yeah, I've been talking with Counselor Newell offline about this because I'm in education and I've been wanting to learn more about the education that's happening with students before they get to me. So
Yeah, no, if you want to do it, that's fine.
Those are evenings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I originally, I think right when I came on council, Ed had asked me if I wanted to do it. And I said, I didn't think it was right for me to go right back, having left school board. So I wanted to give distance, but if you want to do it, that's fine.
I mean, I'm certainly not looking to take anything, but as and the mayor just noted, it is a time slot that works much more conveniently than midday in Bremerton.
So we have Fitzpatrick for that, and then Chamber of Commerce,
Okay,
Newell. Yep.
HDP.
Port of Poulsbo, Tabor.
Nope, it's
Nope.
gonna be
Oh,
Newell.
Newell as well. Okay. You're switching.
But I'll hand you my documents.
Colleges.
Colleges, Councilmember Crowe, do you want to stay on there? Okay. Anyone else interested?
Sorry, it's been hard with well, you guys know
Yeah.
the day job, the flexibility, and I really appreciate Newell taking on liaison for North Kitsap School District. So thank you so much for jumping in on that. But I can definitely try to continue on the colleges.
Okay. And intergovernmental committee,
Yeah, I absolutely want to remain on this one.
and I need one more.
Can I ask what this is?
Yes.
Yes, so this is our meeting with the Squamish tribe. So we meet with the chairman and the members of their council. It's generally once a quarter, but that's that fluctuates.
If I'm not trampling on anyone's toes, I'd love to be on that one too.
All right.
Get him while he's bright-eyed.
This was Councilmember Lindahl, her first year. She said yes to everything. Okay, so the Peninsula Regional Transportation Planning Organization, this was Councilmember Stern, so we would need another council member to go with Michael Bateman. And this is related to transportation.
Right. I've been doing this for about 6 years. Michael always is there to back you up. It's a chance to work with our colleagues that we normally don't work with on the peninsula. We're very unique in that we both are members of PSRC and PRTPO. Those are two different planning organizations, one's urban, one's rural, and it's a great opportunity. It generally meets on Fridays, once a month for 2 hours, like 10 to noon, if somebody can do that by Zoom, maybe once a year in person.
You want to?
Gary, would you have any interest in getting to know our brethren on the Olympic Peninsula once a month by Zoom?
I think it's every other month.
If it's every other month and I can do it by Zoom, I'll do it.
Thank you, Gary.
Right. So we've got that all right, art ad hoc.
Art ad hoc, I think continues to be the same complement.
Yep. Happy with that.
And then Councilmember Crowe, would you want to join Lipdall? Okay. All right.
And I had a thought looking at this with the intergovernmental and the BI ad hoc. Just thought maybe periodically, twice a year, scheduled to combine those since Squamish is located between us. And then for those items that overlap all three, maybe have a meeting with both groups at once. Just a thought to think about planning wise so we meet with Bainbridge, then we meet with Squamish, and then maybe all three of us meet to talk about those tripartite
I wouldn't
interests.
presume on the tribe to create a group for them.
No, I'm just saying invite the two to have a three-party meeting periodically to talk about the corridor.
Why don't we take that up at the next MOU meeting with the chairman?
Rhiannon, question.
Yes.
So some of these I think are self-explanatory, like the school board. I can figure that out, but like the intergovernmental committee, I mean, will I be on an email list now? Okay, so I don't have to find my way into the. Okay, good.
One of us will find you.
Yes, we will find you. We'll send the agenda, the location.
So,
and your availability.
Rhiannon, when did we create at the mayor's authority the ad hoc finance working group?
No, we haven't created that.
So I'm calling for that.
I volunteer as tribute.
Thank you. And Mr. Eckert and Mr. Newell, you're willing to be on once a month finance working group. There we go.
Tabor, Eckert.
And then
Newell.
Rob and I will work with the finance department, make sure we're meeting at a mutually convenient time, once a month. I've been worried about Debbie. She's the last staff left. She froze to death and she's stuck in her chair. All right. So, Rhiannon, did we complete all the major assignments? I think we did. So we're moving on to the last item, which is questions and concerns of the council, also future agenda items. Colleagues, what do we got?
Well, it's far too late to have robust discussions, but at some point, I would like us to talk more about whether or not we need to give further guidance to our police about their role if and when federal authorities come to our town. And I'm talking with the chief about that now to see kind of his thoughts on that. But I just think it's something that we should see what is happening in the country and get out in front of and make sure that we're not caught off guard.
So I suggest we just add that to a future agenda. Right there, we have a future agenda. We'll park that. And then just know Mr. Gilder and I have had a couple of conversations and also what I put in your mailbox. So there's movement going on. Anything else for future agenda? Okay, not seeing anything, I'm going to call for public comment. There is no public left, only veterans like us. I'll call one more time. Is there any public comment for the city council? Not seeing any, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And adjourned.
And Gary, we thank you for your fortitude.
You all too. Have a good night.